Please hit the check mark on your scoring console so we can get the arrows up. Please hit the check mark on the console. And the higher seed gets choice of starting lane. Any lanes needed swapping here.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Match Play here at the Queens. Lucas Wiseman here with you as we get underway with the first round of the day. Jason Overstreet also here with me this morning. Adrian Miller and Leanne Hulsenberg right here in front of us on 23 and 24. Leanne mentioning this morning she's got a little bit of a stiff back, so we'll see if she's able to overcome that. That one crosses over for the strike. Wendy McPherson and Emily Mayer, another match that we've got within our sights. These are all elimination matches. So win or go home will be the theme in this opening round this morning. We're down to a total of 32 players in the field. I believe we'll lose 8 more in this round.
Also have a camera down on the 17 and 18 pair, a little bit lower side.
Tanita Mans. And she's bowling Shauna Shannon. Kind of hard for us to see the score on that match, but we will do our best. A split for Adrian here in the second frame. Leanne has started with a double. Emily Mayer, second frame, started with a strike. Wendy's gone strike spare. So Emily a chance to take a very early lead here in this 3-game match. Looks good.
We appreciate everybody. YouTube today had the firewall issue that we had yesterday is taken care of.
But back must not be bothering Leanne too much because she's got the front 3 here and has opened up an early lead against Adrian Miller. Wendy in the third, down by 20. Oh, sent a messenger across in front of the 9. It's not going to make her real happy, I bet. Leanne for the front 4. Looks good. That'll make her forget about her back problem real quick.
Yep. Check in with Anita Mans, who has the front 2.
Oh, just left a 4-9 split, it looks like. Shauna Shannon's gone spare double to start in that one. Again, we're going to give away 3 Storm bowling balls throughout the day today, so be on the lookout for that as we move along. Not sure when or how, but we will give them away at some stage during our broadcast today. Leanne with the front 4 to start. Trying to make it 5 in a row. She's out to a 55-pin lead already. Emily with the spare. She's up by 7. Leanne's on fire this morning. Front 6. Wendy for a double to cut it to 7. Leaves the 10 pin. That was a little light. Adrian with a split. Shauna Shannon over there converting a single pin. Looks like Shauna is up by 15 after 4 frames. They are up by 17 after 6 frames against McPherson. Still not much of a change in this match between Mans and Shauna Shannon. Looks like a 14-pin deficit for Anita Mans. Leanne Holstenberg with the front 7. See if she can get another one here. Oh, look at this. Somebody came to play this morning despite playing the I've got a back problem card. She's out to a huge lead against Adrian Miller. It's actually a 98-pin lead right now for Holstenberg. And that's after 8 frames. There's a nice strike by Adrian. Shauna Shannon. It's a strike for her. That's a 4-pin match down there because Anita Mance doubled. Wendy with a strike in the 8th. She trails by 27 pins. Adrian Miller is going to be in a massive deficit after game 1. Emily in the 8th working on a double up by 27, a chance to go up 37 here in game 1. Wow. And here's Leanne with the front 8. A little wide. Oh, carries the light shot for the front 9. Well, guys, if you're tuning in early this morning, you are reaping the benefits of being a loyal viewer here on Bold TV because Leanne Holstenberg has the front 9. So get on Facebook, get on Twitter, let everybody know you're watching us here on Bold TV and that Leanne has a shot at 300. Here we go, 10th frame. Front 9. Oh, and the Wiseman jinx strikes again. She leaves the 10 pin. She's still going to be up by, gosh, 100 pins going into game 2, so it's a nice start to the match for Holstenberg. All of the players in the winner's bracket bowl at 10:15 Central Time. So we will see them in just a little bit. Wendy McPherson up now in the 9th frame, working on a strike, trailing in this match to Emily Mayer. And Wendy not able to get the double. With the spare, Wendy down 36 pins, heading into the 10th frame of game 1. .278 for Leanne in game one. Adrian only going to be at 172, so it's going to be a big lead for Leanne. Shauna Shannon with an open down there against Anita Manns, so it looks like Anita has taken a slight lead.
Shauna strikes there in the 8th. Leanne's first frame of game 2.
She's up 106 pins, a good place to be after just one game.
Mayer just off your screen there, but our fixed camera a ways down behind 29 and 28.
She's going to have a decent lead.
30.
She's going to have a decent lead here after game one. She can strike out for 245. Wendy only shot 198.
Pin for Adrian to start. Missed Emily's shot over there. Second ball in the 10th. Went high.
Spare, she'll shoot 235 and have a 37-pin lead going into game 2. So Emily up 37 on McPherson after game 1. Hulsenberg in the second. Pin. She's still up by
a very interesting contest all the way at the low end of the house between Kelly Kulik and Liz Johnson. Too far away for us to see a score on, but we'll try and bring you an update on how that one's going at some point. Third frame for Hulsenberg. Strike in the 10th for Shannon. That's in the books in game 1 with a 194. Miller, third frame, a strike. Wendy McPherson out of the gate strong in game 2. Front 2 and make it 3. Mayer has spare. Shannon picks up the last pin. 215 to 194. Shannon leading Mans in that contest. Trouble for Mayer, third frame. She goes big 4. So that lead that she had from game 1 evaporating.
Sorry about that, Jason. I'm still working on collegiate stuff over here, trying to get pictures over to the office so we can get them out to the media for our champions.
Well, that's an important duty. Tough having a couple of major championships overlapping, but trying to
juggle everything.
To stay on top of things.
And Shauna Shannon up 21 on Anita Mans after the first game. Not sure if you're able to see that or not.
Was able to update folks on that score.
Wendy's right back in it here with the front 4.
Wendy's turned the tables quickly here in game 2.
She has. So Wendy's actually ahead by 10. I don't think there's much to worry about if you're Leanne Holsenberg. Staying clean should be all she needs to do at this stage. Wendy. All of a sudden, Wendy's lined up and ready to go, front 5. And up by 20 against Mayer. Emily with the double. Emily pulls to within 10.
Anita Mans has started with a strike. This is her second frame shot.
Shauna Shannon with a double to start in that match.
Split for Mans. Emily gets the carry there.
Anita trying to make the split here. Looks like a 2-4-10, an open frame in the second, so she falls even further behind against Shauna Shannon.
McPherson goes high in the 6th, and that ends her streak.
She's still ahead by 8. 7th frame for Leanne. Leanne is up by 108 pins. She hasn't doubled this game, but she hasn't had to because neither has Adrian Miller. So the way that thing's going, it's going to be over pretty quick. Emily Mayer trying to make it 4 in a row. Trips out the 4-pin. And Emily has now taken a 12-pin lead in the match. So Emily can go up by 22 against Wendy McPherson with a strike right here for 5 in a row. Leaves the 2-7 baby split.
Back over to Anita Manns, 4th frame. Working on a strike.
She's in a little bit of trouble though because Shauna Shannon started with 4 in a row.
Anita split on this lane last time and
almost did it again.
Narrowly avoids another.
Anita was down 21 pins after the first game, and Shauna with the front 4, and Anita already with an open this game, so things are not going well for Anita as we approach the halfway point of that match. Emily makes the baby split. McPherson is down by 8 pins now, but she can, let's take a look here. She can even the match with a strike. Yep. So actually she was down by 10 before that shot, but now she has evened it up with 12 frames to go in the match, and Wendy's going to take a re-rack. Didn't like the rack on lane 29.
If you're just joining us, you're watching the 2012 USBC Queens presented by Storm, live on Bull TV, which can be found on YouTube, as well as bull.com. Thanks everyone for being with us this morning. First match of the day here, all elimination matches. Today we will find out who advances to tomorrow night's live TV finals on ESPN2.
So Wendy struck 3 times in a row down there, and Shauna Shannon with the front 4 gets another one. So she's starting to pull away.
Control.
Yeah. She's up about 50 at this stage. Emily in the 9th. She now trails and is going to fall even further behind if she can't make that 4-9 split. So perhaps a real turning point in this match right here. Oh, and nice Emily, conversion. Yeah, she avoids the open frame in the 9th. That was pretty big. Adrian Miller getting blown out here against Leanne, down by 130 pins. As Emily Spares in the 10th only going to shoot 208 this game with a strike on the fill, but Wendy McPherson can punch out in the 10th for 278. We're going to work on the connection issues here just a little bit, try to improve things for you. We do have some options to lower the quality of the picture a little bit, and that will help with the lag. So
decrease the data output from here and see if that doesn't improve the lag. The picture quality might not be quite as good, but here a lot of you are having issues with it freezing up, and
it's no fun to watch if it's freezing up. Wendy struck again. 4 in a row. She's pretty confident now. Going to shoot 270 if she strikes again, 278, and have a little bit of a cushion going into game 3.
Lucas, I'll fill everybody in on what happens with Wendy's 10th frame. Could you go check on Kelly and Liz?
Sure.
There's McPherson's second shot in the 10th, rings a 10. So she will shoot a big game, 267. To Emily's, assuming she picks up the 10 pin, to Emily's 206. And Wendy does tack on that one more. So 267 to 206. And it's 465 to 441. So a 24 pin lead for McPherson heading into game 3. Miller and Holsenberg just finished up their second game, and Leanna's up by more than 150. First frame for Mayer. She goes high. Mans and Shannon bowling a little bit slower. Shannon up 7th frame right now. And she strikes.
So a couple of updates from down there. Liz is up by about 26 pins entering the 10th frame of game 2 on Kelly. And Clara is ahead of Shoshoka by about 150 after 2 games. So it looks like Clara Guerrero is going to win. And Shauna Shannon up by more than 70 pins against Anita Mans in the 7th frame of game 2. So I'll walk down to the high end and get a couple updates from those matches as well.
All right, so at the moment it looks like certainly the most competitive of the ones on our featured pair is the McPherson-Mayer match. Holsenberg doubles, and so she only needs about a 140 to shut, well, she doesn't need much to be able to shut out Adrian Miller. So this one is done. Well, we hope everyone's enjoying our coverage of the USBC Queens, and hope that you also had a chance to tune in for our coverage of the Intercollegiate Championships last week as well. The USBC has tournaments for all levels of bowlers, not just the elite. We'd love to see you be a part of the USBC Open Championships, Women's Championships, or Youth Championships. You can find out more information on those events by going to bowl.com and just click on the Tournaments tab. Now have real-time reservation system for the Open and Women's Championships, so you can lock in your dates right there on the site. See what might work out for you. Schedule perhaps an Open Championships team and Women's Championship team for the same weekend. And then book all your travel on mybowlingvacation.com. Mybowlingvacation.com has the best room rates you'll find on USBC tournament cities. Also, frequently has better deals than you'll find on other sites for cities that are not hosting USBC tournaments. So please visit mybowlingvacation.com. You can find a link to it right there at the top of our YouTube Bowl TV channel. Lucas now back with an update from the high end.
Megan Kelly up 47 in the second frame of Game 3 against Anne-Marie Dugan. Brittany Hamilton up 45 on Jackie Reese after 2 games. And Mariana Ayala with a 15-pin lead on Tennille Milligan in the 10th frame of Game 2.
Their third frame.
And she's down by 25 with 7.5 frames to go against Wendy McPherson. But Wendy can go up 35 with a strike for a double here in the third. And Wendy got that one too far to the right. Count doesn't hurt her, though. Anita Manns and Shauna Shannon. Anita with the strike. And they are gearing up for the 10th frame of Game 2. Looks like Shauna Shannon's still up by about 60 pins.
Well, if you were with us yesterday, you might have been listening, watching, when we gave away a Storm bowling ball to one of our Twitter followers. Now, Lucas has had all night to dream up a way to do more giveaways today, and
I've got a way.
so if you haven't followed us on Twitter, you can see a link to that right there at the top of our Bowl TV channel as well. Just you head on all the way to the top of the page on our Bowl TV YouTube channel. You'll see it says like us, follow us. That's direct links to USBC's Facebook and Twitter accounts. Everybody who's watching, please like us and follow us. That's the way to find out how to win cool stuff.
The next Storm bowling ball giveaway will involve the USBC Facebook page. So you might want to go and like the USBC Facebook page right now. Facebook.com/USBC1, or just go to the top of the page and click the little Facebook icon. And the more viewers that we have watching, the more likely it is we will give away a bowling ball. So make sure you let everybody know that you're watching the Queens, presented by Storm, here on Bowl TV.
Yeah,
Emily Mayer for a double.
We can see the number of people who share our status update, so that always makes us very happy too. We're very insecure. We like likes.
Yes, we do.
We like seeing people talk about us.
Well, Hulsenberg is ahead by almost 200 pins. And that might be one of the biggest deficits I've ever seen in, or leads I've ever seen in a 3-game match. Emily working on a double. She's pulled to within 13 and can get to within single digits with a strike, and the 7 doesn't go.
Tenth frame for Anita Manns. She's at 144 in the 8th and working on a strike. And Wendy McPherson in the 5th. Good shot there for Wendy Mack.
Wendy's still up by 14. Half a game to go. This might be the one of the closest matches in the building right now between McPherson and Mayer.
Double for McPherson.
Yep, pushes it to 24. Puts a lot of pressure on Mayer to make some shots here. Looks like Anita Manns is going to be down by quite a bit going into the last game. You can tell that the pace is a little different in some of these matches. Anita Manns and Shauna Shannon still
they're slow.
Finishing up game 2. And we're in the 7th frame of game 3 in these other matches in front of us. Emily Mayer got the strike in the 6th, so she's still down by 24, but she can get to within 14 right here in the 7th frame. Good shot. Question on our chat, where is the Queens going to be next year? It's going to be in Las Vegas at Sunset Station. And it's going to be Labor Day weekend 2013. So more information, I believe, will be coming in the coming months on bowl.com. A little bit of time for everything to get going, but it's going to be following right after the World Championships, which is also at Sunset Station. And so, personally, if I were bowling, I'd want to go watch the World Championships and bowl the Queens. So give that some thought as we watch Wendy McPherson working on a double, trying to push her lead back into the 20s. So 3 frames to go. Tight battle here. McPherson has the edge, though, by 24. 3 frames to go. And, again, these are all elimination matches. So the losers are done in the tournament. The winners will move on, keep their hopes alive for the long stretch ahead today to make the show. Wendy can go up 34 right here. 10-pin. Emily Mayer's going to have a little bit of hope now. Looks like Liz Johnson has started with the front 5 or 6 against Kelly this game, so that's bad news for Kelly. She was already trailing in that one, so looks like Liz starting to pull away against Kulik. McPherson shooting a 10 here in the 8th. No problem. Real opportunity for Emily Mayer to make a statement in the 8th and the 9th frame here. Emily glances over at us. I think she knows that we're focusing on that match. Let's take a look. Big shot here for Emily. Delivers for the camera. 3 in a row for Emily, and let's reset the match here. It is a 13-pin deficit for Emily Mayer, but she can cut it to 3 with a strike here in the 9th. Get it down to single digits. Got it. Looks like Deandra Esbady will be right in front of us for the next round. Good morning, Deandra. Big shot here for Wendy to set it up for the 10th. She's up by 3. High flush. So entering the 10th frame, McPherson's still up by 3 pins. She can shoot 702 if she strikes out. I think that Emily Mayer can shoot 699 if she strikes out. I don't know if Wendy liked that and almost left a 710. The 10 goes down, leaves the 7. And Emily Mayer is going to have a chance to win the match in the 10th frame. Ooh, McPherson. I think she wasn't sure she was going to make that when it left her hand. It does cover it up for the spare. Megan Kelly defeats Anne-Marie Dugan 679 to 574. Wendy McPherson, fill ball, gets all 10. Wendy shoots 682. Let's see if we can figure out what Emily needs here. She needs to shoot 242 this game to win. She can max out at 258. So she needs the first hit. She needs a strike here to win the match. Needs a strike. Does not hit the pocket. Leaves the 2, 4, 10, and she's not thrilled about it. Wendy McPherson going to survive and advance here in the elimination bracket. She makes it, but it doesn't matter. In fact, she doesn't even know she made it. She has to throw another ball. she looks up and says, I can't believe I actually made that, and I have to throw another ball. She's going to lose by 6 pins. Heartbreak for Emily Mayer. She made a good run at it, but just did not have one more great shot left in her at the end in the 10th frame. So Wendy McPherson, 682 to 674. Wendy McPherson wins the match against Emily Mayer. Leanne Holsenberg, 736. Adrian Miller, 527. So Leanne picks up the win. I'm going to walk down and get a closer look at this Anita Manns Shauna Shannon match, Jason. See if I can figure out what's going on.
A bit behind in pace, only in the 4th frame of game 3. But we've slightly lost track of exactly where the score is, and it's hard to see the scoreboard from here, so that's why Lucas will go check it out. Shauna Shannon makes the spare.
It's Shauna Shannon leading by 29 with half a game to go down there. Liz Johnson defeats Kelly Kulik. So Kelly Kulik is knocked out. Claire Guerrero defeats Shoshoka down on the low end. So again, Shauna Shannon up by 29 in the 5th frame of game 3. I'm going to walk up to the high end, Jason, get a couple more updates.
Sixth frame now for Anita Manns. She is working on a strike, trying to gain some ground. And the 7-pin goes. Lucas going down to get us some more scores from the high end. He'll be back with that in a minute. Now 6-frame shot for Shauna Shannon. And she gets the carry. So looking to keep pace, and Lucas is now back with an update on some scores.
Brittany Hamilton wins against Jackie Reese, and a close one between Tennille Milligan and Mariana Ayala. It's Mariana up by 12 heading into the 10th frame against Tennille. And I can't see what Tennille did in the 10th, but she didn't look like she was real happy. She left a 4-7. It looks like Anita Bands and Shauna Shannon still battling it out here. Shauna had a 29-pin lead, but both players on a double here. A much bigger shot coming up here for Anita. Anita trailing in the match. Needs to continue striking.
If you're just joining us, you're watching the end of the first round of the day here from the 2012 USBC Queens, presented by Storm.
Anita trails by 17, a chance to get to within 7 with a strike right here in the 8th frame. Oh, look at that. Goes late. So Anita within 7 pins now. Shauna Shannon, as we're in the 8th frame of game 3. This is one of the last matches going on. Mariana's up against Milligan down there on the high end. I'm not sure of the situation. It's a little far from us. Shauna Shannon with a strike to get back up 17 with 2 frames to go against Anita Mans. I'd say there's a pretty good chance we're going to give away another one of our bowling balls in the next round of matches. So make sure you're tuning in. Make sure you tell all your friends, because I will be more inclined to give away a bowling ball if the number of viewers continues to rise. So spread the word about our broadcast today here on Bowl TV. Shauna Shannon looking for 4 in a row and a 27-pin lead heading into the 10th.
Yesterday we were just short of 1,000 when we pulled the trigger on the ball giveaway. Got a little ways to go, but you know that maybe not everyone realizes that we're on this early, or
yeah, I think we'll get over that number by the end of the day.
Watch it work, but you know, sure the bosses don't mind if you watch a little bit of bowling.
Yeah, just you know, be sure you click over to another page real quick if they walk past. You know, get busted. Anita Mans can pull within 17 here. It's the 9th frame for Mans. So this is a big shot. If she doesn't strike here, she's pretty much almost out of the wood here entering the 10th frame. Big shot for Mans. Oh, wow. A solid 9-pin. She is down 28 pins heading into the 10th frame. That's brutal right there. She threw a good shot. So she'll be down 28 if she makes the spare. And I don't think you have to be a mathematician to figure out being down 28 with 1 frame to go and your opponent working on a 4-bagger. looks bleak for Anita Manns at this stage. Looks like Mariana eliminated Tennille. Just saw Mariana walking back with her score sheet to the bracket, and that's usually an indication that that player won the match. Final frame here in our opening round of the day. While we wait for Anita Bull, let's run through the scores in this round. Liz Johnson, 718. Kelly Kulick, 629. Brittany Hamilton, 698. Jackie Reese, 645. Mariana Ayala, 606. Tennille Milligan, 595. Leanne Holsenberg, 736. Adrienne Miller, 527. Clara Guerrero defeats Shoshoka 664 to 676 as we watch Anita here in the 10th. Really must strike out to have any hope. And that is not what she wanted right there, and she is going to lose the match to Shauna Shannon. Megan Kelly 679, Anne-Marie Dugan 574, and Wendy McPherson 682, Emily Mayer 674. Those are the updates here in this round. My thanks to Terry Bigham for helping out with the scores. Terry's writing all the reports for Bowl.com on the Queens this week, and we appreciate his help with that.
It's a nice thing about having the event near headquarters.
Yeah,
Get to
exactly.
have Terry be a part of the team.
So an open in the 10th for Anita Manns, and Shauna Shannon has defeated Anita Manns here in the first round of the day at the Queens. Jason, I'm going to try to get some cameras set up for our next round here as we watch Shauna Shannon finish it off, but be sure to stay tuned in. I think there's a good chance we're going to give away a store bowling ball in our next round of matches.
We appreciate everybody being with us here for our continuing coverage of the 2012 USBC Queens, presented by Storm. And as we close out this round, we'll just ask you to stick around for the next round, and we'll be giving away a bowling ball soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the next round of the Queens momentarily.
Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Number one, let's go.
Are you a VIP? Now, for the first time, the USBC Open Championships can hook you up big time.
Yes!
What we tried to do with the VIP program was not only give the VIP that extra boost in the experience that he's going to receive, but he's going to sort of get thrown to the front of the line every time he comes up. Whether it's at registration, he'll be able to go immediately pie the registration lines to information, where he'll be shuttled back to a VIP room, serve some beverages, given an individualized check-in experience. From there, he will have an opportunity to get a private sort of behind-the-scenes tour, if you will, into what goes into the Open Championships, from build to the scoreboards to some of the things that the regular bowlers never get to see.
It's a lot quicker, obviously. It just gives you more time to enjoy everything else and not have to know that you have to wait in line.
It doesn't end at check-in. Your VIP experience also gets you discounts at Bowling Ball Express and the USBC Sports Store. You get access to special VIP lockers, a photography package, tickets to attend TV shows at the Masters and Queens, a membership card, and a special VIP shirt, which you can wear on the showcase lanes, where you'll enjoy a private lesson with USBC Silver Coach Bill Hall.
It's a good idea because you get to practice on the oil pattern that you're going to be playing on. Not only that, you'll get a little bit of assistance on how to play that oil pattern, with how to break it down, what to expect when it breaks down, and the equipment to use for your particular style of play.
The tips you gave me have made me to change my equipment to suit the lane condition. With this little bit of training, you will have a greater chance of getting a good score.
Trying to land the ball on a target. Think of a bow and arrow. Land it through it, not on it.
Bill was a very good coach. Showed me a lot of things that I really didn't think about before. So it actually, hopefully it's going to work out to my benefit.
It couldn't be easier to claim your VIP status. Go to bowl.com/VIP to get started. The staff here in Baton Rouge is excited to get you going.
You just can't wait to see the reactions on those guys' faces. I mean, that's what you really want to see. When the people come in here, everybody has a different sort of wow expression, or they've never done that before expression, and that's just big-time payback to all of us that have been involved in the process.
In 2012, the Women's Championships returns to the most prestigious venue in the sport, the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. Bowlers are headed back west in 2012, and they will find plenty of off-the-lanes fun in the city of Reno. Downtown Reno has a new sports and entertainment development next to the bowling stadium. If you bowl early in the year, enjoy some of the best skiing in the country. In the spring and summer, Lake Tahoe provides a breathtaking outdoor escape, and championship golf courses are just minutes away. The Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Bureau, Reno area hotels, and USBC Travel will be there to make sure your team's trip to Reno is a memorable one. And with an expected prize fund of more than $2 million, there's plenty of ways for you to cash in on the lanes. Visit the Women's Championships page of bowl.com and reserve your spot.
It started a couple years ago, and I knew I needed an extra challenge. League was fun, but it wasn't preparing me for my weekend tournaments, and when I traveled, I felt unprepared. So I wanted to get into the sport bowling to really challenge myself and hone my skills, so that I went to, like I said, a tournament. I was prepared and ready to bowl.
Obviously, when you first start, it's a little bit frustrating. Your average takes a dive a little bit, but if you stick with it, for people who may want to give this a try, sticking with it does help.
Absolutely. You just gotta, take your lumps and expect not to average 220 like you do on your league night, and say, it's okay averaging 180, 190 and getting up into the 200s, and you feel like if you accomplish something, averaging 200 on a sport pattern.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's Best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
2 minutes remaining in practice. 2 minutes. Practice time is complete. Please hold up in your practice. Please hit the check marks on your scoring consoles. Higher seed gets choice of starting lane. Anybody that needs to be swapped, let me know. Give us a holler.
Ready to get started with our next round here. Stephanie Nation taking on Lisa Knorr. We got Deandra Asbeatty against Catherine Lanehart. Catherine Lanehart, and another match between Josie Ernest and Carolyn Doran Ballard that we've got eyes on. We've got 3 of the 4 winners bracket matches that we can see. Got cameras stretched out about as far as we can go, Jason.
I'll try and give folks a glimpse of as much as we can.
The other winners bracket match we don't have a camera on is Missy Parkin against Olivia Sandham.
Josie Ernest is going to get started first.
Wow, that's a tough way to start things off. An 8-pin in the pocket.
Strike for Nation. And here's Deandra Asbeatty.
Deandra off to a good start.
Winners bracket action here.
Lisa Knorr, open frame in the first, so she falls behind a little early against Stephanie Nation as we take a look over at Carolyn Doran Ballard. She gears up for her first frame shot.
Nice washout conversion there for Catherine Lanehart in the Lanehart-Asbady matchup.
I'm trying to figure out how many of the 8 bowlers in the winner's bracket have been a part of the Team USA or Junior Team USA program, and it's 7 of the 8. It's a pretty telling stat. Yeah, 6 of them former or current Team USA members. The only one who's not been in the program that I'm aware of is Catherine Lanehart, who is a new face to me as she takes on Deandra Asbady. Lanehart trailing very early on against Asbady. Stephanie Nation starts with a double. She's up 11 on Lisa Knorr. This is the 10-15 round that's just getting underway. Got one more round at 11:30 before we have a break. Before our final matches to determine our seating for the TV show. And we are going to give away a Storm bowling ball during this set of matches. So that's your advance notice to continue watching to find out how to get a potential Storm ball for your arsenal.
Deandra looking dialed in early. She almost shot 300 yesterday with the cameras on her.
Yeah, shot 298. And I talked to her because I said after she let it go that I thought it was pretty good. And then it went high and left a 3.6. And I asked her, I said, did you think it was good off your hand? And she said, yeah. She's like, I thought it was good. And it checked up on her. Josie in the third, rebounds after an open in the second. Carolyn with a double to start. Andrew with the front three. Carolyn trying to get there herself in her match, and she does.
So another open for Lisa Knorr, who's in a hole in a hurry against Stephanie Nation. Four in a row to start for Nation. Dorn Ballard trying for four in a row, but goes high. Spare conversion for Lanehart.
Stephanie's going to go before Deandra. 10 pin for Nation as Beatty light and leaves the 2. If you're just joining us, this is the 2012 USBC Queens presented by Storm. I'm Jason Overstreet, Lucas Wiseman joining me here. Glad to have you with us on Bowl TV as we bring you winners bracket action here. Our second round of the day as we find out today who will make the live ESPN2 telecast. It'll take place tomorrow at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. See if Lisa Knorr can get back on track. She's thrown 3 splits in 4 frames. Does not catch a break with the ring 10. As Beatty just gets the spare. Fifth frame now for Catherine Leinhardt. Leinhardt has yet to strike, but she has managed to cover all of her spares, so it's Beatty with the lead, but Leinhardt hanging in there. Lisa Knorr strikes in the 6th. Carolyn now up, 5th frame.
She leads by 22 against Josie Ernest. And I just spread the word on all of our social networking platforms, Jason, that we're going to give away a bowling ball during this set of matches. So stay tuned for that. We'll let you know how you can win a Storm bowling ball.
Keep those numbers growing. We'll give it away once we pass some kind of threshold. We're at the over 700 now. Would love to see it at 1,000. Just the more people we can have watching this top level women's bowling, the better. Show everybody the talent level that is out there, and watching some of the best on our featured pairs here this morning.
Ooh, yikes. That's a good shot there by Deandra. Leaves the 9 pin. Stephanie kind of cruising along down there, isn't she? She's out to a huge lead on Lisa Knorr.
Yeah, it's just
only 62 in the 5th for Lisa.
Lisa's had some tough breaks, and Stephanie has jumped on it.
Yeah, Lisa down 77 pins after only 6 frames. And a miscue there by Carolyn Doran Ballard as she leaves the 1-2-10 in the 6th frame. Deandra in the 7th. She didn't like that one. She needed it, asked for it to hold, but look at that. The 10 falls very late. That's a huge break for her right there. Went from a potential open to an easy spare. You could tell from Carolyn's body language when she let it go that she wasn't going to make that one. And yes, our next Storm Bowling Ball giveaway will be through our USBC Facebook page. So if you're not a fan of USBC on Facebook, head over there now and like our page. You can find the link to our Facebook page at the top of the page you're watching right now. There's a little Facebook icon along with a Twitter icon. We're going to use Facebook for this next giveaway, so be sure to like us on Facebook. If you don't have Facebook, you're probably the only person in the world without it. So you might want to sign up.
If you're not on Facebook, it's surprising that you've been able to figure out how to turn on the computer.
Yeah, I know. Facebook is becoming the internet, I think.
I resisted for a long time, but
Stephanie in the 8th, working on a double, leading by 70 pins or so. Stephanie's looked real solid so far, the matches that we've seen her bowl. Lanehart crossing over on a double there. She trails by 14 with the spare. Oh, chopped spare for Lanehart. She will fall behind by 16 pins now. Not more than that, 26.
9th frame for Nation. Doesn't get the 7 out.
Yeah, the occasional bad carry might be the only thing that stops Stephanie in that match. Deandra pounces on her opponent with a strike. Deandra up 26 after 8 frames of game 1. And we do try to get updates for you on other matches going on that aren't on the featured pairs. Usually we wait till they get to about the halfway point of the match to run down there and get some updates. So bear with us on that. We've got a big bowling center here, 52 lanes, and the matches are spread out across the entire center. It's a good shot by Deandra. Back-to-back strikes after 4 spares. She takes a 36-pin lead on Lanehart. Lisa Knorr trying to keep her head above water here against Stephanie Nation. Lisa is down by 77 pins going into the 10th frame of game 1. Lanehart, 9th frame. Down 36. Watching our live coverage of the USBC Queens match play here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman and Jason Overstreet with you this morning. The winners of these winners bracket matches, there's 4 of them going on right now, will meet in the next round, scheduled to start at 11:30 a.m. Central Time. It'll be a little after that, I think. And so the winners of those matches will be on the show. So these players are 2 wins away from making the finals. And of course the finals will be broadcast on ESPN2 on Tuesday night, tomorrow night, at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Lanehart, that's a better shot. Strike in the 10th. Lisa Knorr just can't get a break this game, can she? She's only going to shoot 171 if she strikes and fills it with a spare and a strike. Josie misses the head pin. Leaves the 1, 2, 4. And the 7 is there as well, so it's the rail. Josie trails by 11 against Carolyn. We're down to 16 players here at the Queens. 8 in the winner's bracket and 8 in the loser's bracket. Spare for Josie in the 8th. Split on the fill for Lanehart, 195 for her. Just one open frame in that game for Lanehart, but unable to put strikes together. That's not been a problem for Stephanie Nation. She can strike out for 258 this game and have, well, more than an 80-pin lead on Lisa Knorr.
Strike for Nation, 10-pin for Asbady.
Well, Deandra's going to have the lead after game 1. This is trouble, and she misses the 10. Could tell off her hand that it was big trouble. Missed opportunity there for Deandra to increase her lead. 211, 195 as Beatty leads after game 1. 16-pin lead. Could have been 27. Carolyn sets it up for the 10th. She still leads by 11 pins on Josie Ernest. Again, we are going to give away a Storm bowling ball coming up in just a little bit during this round of matches here at the Queens. Tenth frame for Carolyn Doran-Ballard, leading by 11. She can go up by 21 with a strike right here. First shot, the 10th. Through the face, it's a split, and Josie Ernest will have a chance to take the lead going into game 2. Stephanie Nation leads Lisa Knorr 248 to 171 after game 1, so a 77-pin lead for Stephanie Nation. .190 for Carolyn. Josie can strike out for 211 here in this first game. Josie comes up light, leaves the 2-8. So Josie can spare and strike on the fill for a 1-pin lead going into game 2. But a 1-pin lead is nothing against Carolyn Doran-Ballard. And you know, Josie, I think, has had one of the roughest or toughest paths so far. She beat Kim Terrell-Kearney yesterday.
Yeah, him, Terrell Kearney. Then you get, after that, to Kelly Kulik.
Kelly Kulik,
And then you get
yep.
Carolyn
Then you
Dorn
get Carolyn Dorn Ballard. So. Patricia Luoto is watching from Finland. Hey, Pat, we miss you here. Wish you were bowling in the tournament this year, but I have a feeling we'll see you next year here at the Queens when it follows the World Championships in Las Vegas. See somebody in the chat looking for the bracket. You can find it on bowl.com. When you go to bowl.com, you'll see our live streaming image, and right below that, you'll find a link to the stream and the brackets. As Deandra starts with the front three. Elisa Norse still struggling. A 4-9 split, just not going her way. She's down by more than 90 pins, approaching a 100-pin deficit against Stephanie Nation. And we are going to give the Storm bowling ball away during this round of matches, so stay tuned. Hey, Lisa makes the 4-9.
Nice pickup.
Unfortunately, that's like putting a Band-Aid on a wound that needs 10 stitches.
Yeah, it's still a big deficit.
As Beatty looking for 4 in a row. Wow, how about that? Deandra didn't let the missed 10 pin in the 10th frame shake her confidence. So Carolyn leads 190 to 188 after game 1 against Ernest. So a tight one there. In the winners bracket. All of these matches are winners bracket matches. Everybody's coming in the chat, finding us here on our broadcast, asking how do you win the free ball? We're going to let you know before these matches end how you can win a Storm bowling ball here for watching Bowl TV. Nation tickles that 4 pin, doesn't go down. Lanehart suddenly in a lot of trouble here, but gets a strike in the 5th. She is down. Well, let's see here, by nearly 40 pins at this stage against Asbeidi. Asbeidi with the front 4. Lanehart's gone double 9-spare, 9-spare strike to start this game. See if Deandra's got another one in her here. This looks a little right. That comes back, mixes them up for the front 5. Deandra looking snazzy today. She always is a good dresser. Has those cool jerseys that she wears and skirts to match now. So Deandra always one of the fashionistas at the Queens. Ernest shooting a 10 pin here. No problem. She's down 3 against Carolyn. As Beatty back up now for the front six. She's really turned it on here. Perhaps missing that 10 pin in the 10th frame got her refocused and fired up. Things just not going well for Lisa Noor. She can't buy a break down there.
Greetings from the Netherlands in the chat, Lucas.
Oh, how about that?
Glad to have an international audience with us. We really hope to have a lot of international competitors in next year's Queens. In fact, that's part of the reason for the timing of the schedule next year. The Queens will be tied to Labor Day weekend, the first part of September, and right up next to the WTBA World Championship. So the hope is that those of you coming from outside of the U.S. to be a part of that WTBA event will stick around and be a part of this great event as well.
I've been to the Netherlands, and you know what my favorite part about the thing about the Netherlands is? Stroopwafels.
Wow.
So send us some stroopwafels, whoever's watching in the Netherlands, because those things are amazing. Like crispy waffles with caramel in between. It's amazing. I won't go into it. It'll just make me hungry. Carolyn, a double to start, third frame. And a 10 pin ends the string.
Pat says she's in.
Excellent. I had a feeling that Miss Luoto would join us for the Queens next year. Spread the word for us, Pat. You got to let everybody know. I know it's a little early, but it's never too early to plan the trip to Vegas for the Queens and the World Championships.
Plus, in Vegas. So even if the bowling doesn't go well, there's a potential to make it a good trip. Not that you can't have fun here in Texas, but, you know.
And yes, the other match that's going on right now, it's Missy Parkin and Olivia Sandham. They are just getting underway with Game 2, so we'll get you an update on that one in a little bit. Or perhaps it's Game 3. It could be Game 3 at this stage. It's hard to tell. As Deandra's run comes to an end with a 9 pin in the 7th frame. She had the front 6 before that one, but Deandra's built a pretty sizable lead here now against Catherine Lanehart.
6th frame for Nation. And that is 3 in a row for Stephanie. Deandra covers her spare. And Josie Ernest on the approach.
Shooting a single pin here. By the way, Maria Jose Rodriguez is just a very mean person. She sent me a picture. She has a package of stroopwafels with her right now, and I'm very jealous about that.
Wow.
How lucky is she?
How did that happen?
I don't know. I would guess that it came from a friend.
That's kind of random.
It is random.
That's not who I expected to happen to be with that particular food, but hey.
Lanehart missed a single pin in the 7th, and this is the 8th frame for her. She's trying to get back on track. She'll have to settle for a split attempt. A 2-7-8. She trails by, let's take a look here, 80 pins against Asbeatty. With about 12 frames to go in the match.
Well, we're up over 800 viewers, and we like seeing that number climb. Once we hit a certain threshold, we're going to pull the trigger on our Storm Ball giveaway. Nice spare conversion there by Lanehart. We'll slow it, switching over to be able to see it.
You know, Deandra is tapped into everything when I get a text message from her in the middle of the match, because I mentioned her outfit looked good, and she says, "Snazzy, huh? Thanks." I guess you can afford to do that when you're up by 80 pins or so.
She has radar.
So a couple of these matches are turning into blowouts at this stage. Nation, a massive lead on Lisa Knorr. It's more than 100 pins, probably close to 110 by now. And Deandra's up by about 70 or 80 pins. Yeah, Carolyn and Josie are still within a couple of pins of each other.
We've seen Stephanie a couple of times on the featured pair. She hasn't faced too many pressure situations yet. Combination of bowling really well and stumbling across folks who struggled against her.
All right, Jason, time for me to put on my walking shoes and go get a couple updates.
All right.
Let's see what we got going on in the other matches.
Check out things in other parts of the center as we watch Deandra strike in the 9th. Lisa Knorr's 8th frame. A little bit light. CDB on the approach. She is in the 5th. So double spare spare. And then high. To Deandra's 10th frame. Lisa gets her spare. Back over to see what Carolyn does. Chop for CDB. Second shot in the 10th for Deandra. A little bit high. It's maybe the only shot in the game that she hasn't thrown that hasn't been right where she wanted it. Lucas now back with an update from the high end of the house.
Missy up by 25 on Olivia Sandham in the 4th frame of game 2. So they are bowling rather slowly down there. Shauna Shannon up 21 on Leanne Holsenberg in the 9th frame of game 2. Let's take a look at the Andrea Beatty's 268 game there. And Liz Johnson is up 27 on Clara Guerrero in the 10th frame of game 2. I didn't make it to the low end yet. That'll be my next stop in just a moment. Hey, Stephanie Nation finally cooled off and left a split in the 9th frame. How about that? That's some news.
She is human.
Carolyn Doran-Ballard missed a makeable spare in the 5th. And Josie Ernest has just tripped out the 6 pin for a double. And Josie has opened up a small lead on Carolyn Doran-Ballard. Deandra will lead by 104 pins going into game 3 against Catherine Lanehart as we take a look at Carolyn. I'm going to head down to the low end, get an update on the other 2 elimination matches.
All right. As Lucas checks that out, we take a look at Carolyn Doran-Ballard. Looking to recover from that open frame in the 5th. Carolyn a little bit, don't know if she's a little bit perplexed or just disappointed with where that ball went. Nation looking to cover up the 10 pin in the 10th frame, and she does. Catherine Lanehart shot 180 in game 2 to Deandra's 268. So that is now a 104 pin lead for Asbeatty. Carol makes the spare. And fill ball for Stephanie Nation. She shoots 225. The most that Lisa Knorr can shoot this game, 214. Stephanie with a big lead. So really of the featured pair matches, the only one that is competitive at this stage is the Dorn-Ballard Ernest contest. Lucas now back from the low side with a score update.
Yeah, get my exercise this morning, Jason. Megan Kelly up by 5 pins on Winnie McPherson after 2 games. Brittany Hamilton is up by 120 on Mariana Ayala after 8 frames in game 2. So it looks like Brittany Hamilton in the driver's seat. That one. Carolyn in the 7th frame, 245.
Somebody in the chat posted, Lucas, that our stream is the only thing keeping them from going crazy at work, which is, or maybe it was insane, said, which is ironic, because normally when we're at work, people accuse us of making them crazy. So.
Well, we appreciate everybody tuning in, and we will be giving away that Storm bowling ball here in mere moments. Sometime in the 3rd game of this Carolyn Dorn-Ballard Josie Ernest match, we're going to give away a Storm bowling ball.
Question about Bowl TV on mobile devices. You can watch the live stream on Apple devices. It does work with iPhones, iPads. When it will be available and optimized for Android and other devices is up to YouTube, but YouTube is working feverishly to continue to enhance their live offerings. We're an early partner. There's not a whole lot of live streaming on YouTube yet. We're on their platform and send advice back to their team on things that we found in terms of enhancements and etc. to recommend, and they're working on it. A lot of money behind the project, obviously, that Google and YouTube are working on, so I can assure you it won't be long.
3 in a row for Josie. As Josie Ernest now up by, looks like 23 pins on Carolyn Dorn-Ballard. Yep, a 23-pin lead for Josie here in the 8th frame of game 2. And the only thing that you're going to need to do to prepare yourself for a chance to win the Storm bowling ball is to like USBC's page on Facebook. Facebook.com/USBC, and the number 1 will get you there. Or there's a link on this YouTube channel at the top of the page. You see a little Facebook icon. You can click it, go there, like the page, and await further instructions while you listen to our live stream today.
Question in the chat about who is doing the ESPN telecast.
That'd be me and Jason. Oh, wait a minute. No, not us. We got the experts coming in.
Eminently qualified. We were somehow passed over.
Yes, we were.
And it will be fabulous Dave Lamont and Chris Barnes.
I think they do a great job. They're one of my favorite, or probably my favorite, broadcast team for bowling these days. Chris does a great job on the color, and Dave is a real top-notch play-by-play guy. He does all kinds of college sports, major events.
He loves bowling. He's
And
been
he
doing,
does,
he's
yep.
been doing our USBC events for a few years. He's avidly follows what's going on, and is in the center, of course, watching the action today. You know who's scheduled, I believe, to be the side lane analyst and interview the players on the show?
CDB.
You're looking at her.
Yeah. That happened last year. It was supposed to be, wasn't it supposed to be Kathy Doran Lizzie?
And
Kathy
she
made
the show, and Carolyn had to fill in. And maybe if Carolyn makes the show,
because
if Kathy can
Kathy's
stick
out.
around and fill in. So,
well, right now,
great thing about having those Doran sisters that are both excellent TV talent.
well, right now, Carolyn is in a bit of trouble here against Josie Ernest. So she's got some work to do. It's a 34-pin lead for Josie with 12 frames to go in the match.
See Carolyn there
Talking
talking
to Schlem.
Dell and
Dell, yeah.
Schlemmer.
I think Schlemmer and Dell realize that she might be in a little bit of trouble here. She has not struck since the second frame. So that's a dry spell of 6 frames for Carolyn without a strike. Meanwhile, Josie has struck on her last 4 shots.
I need a new nickname or something for Josie Ernest, like the Giant Killer is too cliched. Hall of Famer Slayer.
Yeah. She's taken down her idols. Our other 2 featured matches are
Not
pretty
worth
close to out of the
featuring anymore.
wood. Yeah. Deandra Beatty is going to win, and Stephanie Nation is going to win. So we'll keep focused on Carolyn and Josie here in the 9th frame. There's a better shot, so maybe the pep talk with Schlem and Dell helped Carolyn get back on track.
Legend Killer suggested in the chat. Not
There
bad.
you go.
I like that. Pretty good. We'll see if she can add a 3rd victim. So her run of 4 in a row ends. And ends with a 5 count.
Looks like she spared it up. So entering the 10th frame, Josie still with a 29-pin lead on Carolyn.
sure what she's waiting on, but holding up for some reason. So we'll take a look at Stephanie Nation throw a shot of no consequence.
Stephanie up by 108 pins on Lisa Knorr with 6 frames to go. And just went up 118. Dominant Stephanie Nation has been so far in this tournament.
See Missy Parkin coming down lane a little bit.
Yeah.
Defending champion.
I think Missy's in good shape here against Olivia Sandham. I can't see the score, but I can see Olivia has a couple opens this game. Josie Ernest in the 10th frame. I don't think Carolyn realizes it's the 10th as she gets up to go bowl. And she says, whoops, wait a minute, my bad. Josie can strike out for 232 this game. Carolyn can strike out for 211. For the double in the 10th. Almost 900 viewers tuning into our broadcast this morning. Do have an 11:30 round coming up. It's going to start late, though, because we still have a whole nother game to go in some of these matches. Some of the matches are in the final few frames.
Yeah, we had one match last round that just was painfully slow.
Yeah, it set us behind a little bit this morning. Ernest. Well, she goes double 9 in the 10th for 231, so it's a nice game after only shooting 188 in the opener. That puts her at 419 for 2. Caroline can strike out for 211. That'll put her at 401, and she'd be down by 18 pins going into game 3. Who's ready to win a Storm bowling ball? Because we're about to give one away here pretty soon. Carolyn strikes on her first ball in the 10th. As soon as Carolyn wraps up the 10th frame, we're going to give you the instructions on what you need to do to be eligible to win a Storm ball.
Also hope that everybody is subscribed to our YouTube channel. If you're enjoying the action today, you'll definitely want to subscribe so that you know when future highlights and things are going on. Sometimes we message through YouTube. You can just subscribe. We're just about 5,000 subscribers. We'd love to be able to break that barrier today. If everybody who's watching who is not yet a subscriber goes ahead and does so, I bet that would take care of it for us. So please subscribe to our YouTube channel.
It's free.
It's free. And Matt Lawson, a terrific reporter, video editor, does highlight packages for Bowl TV, is here and putting together something so you'll get an alert when that happens and get kind of a nice recap of different videos that have been posted that you might want to watch. It's a good subscription. And if you don't like it, you can always say don't send me any more emails. So kind of no risks.
Carolyn got 9 on the second shot in the 10th. Makes the spare, shoots 200. So she trails by 29 pins after 2 games. Well, Jason, let's do our giveaway here. I have just posted a status on the USBC Facebook page that says, I'm watching match play at the USBC Queens on Bowl TV. Come join me by going here. Now, how do you enter to win? Excuse me. Share and like that status
on our USBC page, and you will be eligible to win, and we will announce the winner in our next round of matches.
You might want to share it. Make sure your share setting is set to be public there, too, so that we know that you share it. It will increase your chances of winning.
But share and like the status, and that will make you eligible to win a Storm bowling ball. Already 54 shares and 90 likes, so make sure you do both, otherwise you won't be eligible. And we will pick somebody at random to win the ball. And we will announce the winner in our next matches. And you must, I say must, but if you want to find out if you won or not, tune in.
Notice that the chat just went very silent as everybody is now over on the Facebook page.
So be sure to stay tuned in to find out if you're the winner. Lots of folks liking and sharing. 187 shares, 212 likes. So that's matching up a little bit better than it did at the start. So remember, like and share that status on our USBC Facebook page. We're going to randomly select somebody to win a Storm bowling ball, and we'll announce the winner in our next round of matches. We used Facebook for a giveaway for a bowling ball last night, so I thought it was fair if we used Facebook this time, since we used Twitter last
yesterday.
night. Yep, Twitter yesterday, Facebook today. So good luck to everybody. May the odds be ever in your favor. Again, our only competitive match is the one that you're watching right now between Carolyn Doran-Ballard and Josie Ernest. And it is an 18-pin deficit for Carolyn Doran-Ballard with 9 frames to go here at the Queens. I'm getting some shout-outs for my Hunger Games reference in the chat. I don't know if Jason even caught that.
You know, I've got the book and I haven't read it yet, so
The movie was really good. I haven't read the book.
Spending too much time with you. Not enough time relaxing at leisure.
Watching our live coverage of the Queens here on Bowl TV.
Over 900. Well, appreciate everybody helping spread the word about great action here from the 2012 USBC Queens, and we are presented this year by Storm, and thrilled to be able to be sharing action, sharing some Storm equipment with our viewers, and you can also always find the future broadcasts on Bowl TV. We have a complete schedule on the homepage of bowl.com.
Deandra Esbady wins her match 676 to 561, which facilitates a little fist pump from her right in front of us. You can take a look at Deandra talking with Dell.
Take a look at them because they are standing in front of our camera.
Single pin for Josie in the third. They're talking strategy in front of me here, Deandra and Dell.
See Josie off in the distance.
And Dell's walking away. And so is Deandra, thankfully. Well, not that we want Deandra to ever leave, but no, you were just standing in front of our camera, that's all. She says one more win for Deandra and she makes the show. So that's what she's saying. Carolyn with a double to start. Josie Ernest, open, strike, spare so far here in Game 3 as Carolyn is narrowing the gap quickly against Josie Ernest. Carolyn is now within 8 pins and can take the lead in the match with a strike right here. Great match here between Carolyn Doran-Ballard and Josie Ernest. For the lead, Carolyn Doran-Ballard. Oh, the 10 goes late. She is up by 2. Don't forget, our next round of matches coming up after this one. We will have 2 winners bracket matches for you on Bowl TV. The winners of those matches will be on the television show. So a crucial match coming up in the next round as we watch Carolyn Doran-Ballard, who has just taken a lead against Josie Ernest with 7 frames to go in her match. Carolyn trying to extend the lead. 10 pin. Does not go for CDB.
Lucas, we are sniffing 1,000.
Yeah, we are. 980. How about that? Thanks to everybody who's tuning in. As you watch Carolyn convert the spare, we're giving away a Storm bowling ball to a lucky viewer. Just go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC and the number 1. Or click the link, Facebook icon at the top of this YouTube channel. And get over there, you'll see the status that you need to share and like to be eligible to win. We'll randomly select somebody in our next round of matches here on Bowl TV. Oh, Josie with a washout. The 1, 2, 10. Carolyn gave her a little bit of an opening by not striking in the 4th, but Josie unable to take advantage of it here. And she will trail by 4 pins if she can make the washout. Open frame. Took the 2 back and left the 110 standing. So Carolyn now with a 16-pin lead with 6 frames to go. Jason, I'm going to run down and get some updates on other matches. And
Okay.
I'll be back in a moment. Stephanie Nation, 707. Lisa Knorr, 588. I see that one from where I'm sitting. I'll be right back.
Josie buries all 10 in the 5th. So she bounces back from the open.
And that was the fastest that I've ever made it down there. Actually, Terry Bigham came back with scores for me.
Had a little bit of help.
Wendy McPherson, 572. Megan Kelly, 538. So McPherson beats Megan Kelly. There's Terry Bigham. Terry, say hi. Thanks for getting us scores. Leanne Holsenberg, 583. Shauna Shannon's 555. Liz Johnson, 687. Clara Guerrero, 625. So Clara is out. Shauna Shannon is out. Megan Kelly is out. And I'll run down and see what the score is in the Missy
Parkin, Olivia Sandham. Oh, Terry's going to go do it. How about that? This is working out well.
Oh, Carolyn just threw it. Good shot and left a solid 9.
And there's a pin with it, Jason.
Oh, I
it's
can't.
a 4-9.
Oh, I did not.
That's even worse.
Could not see that from
it's
looking through the viewfinder.
Pocket 4-9 split for Carolyn here in the 5th. So
no wonder she was disappointed.
Yeah, she still leads in this match, but looking for the split conversion here, the 4-9, as we cross the 1,000 threshold here on YouTube for viewers. Open frame for Carolyn Dorn-Ballard in the 5th. So let's reset it here. It is a 3-pin lead for Carolyn Dorn-Ballard with 5 frames to go. Doesn't get much closer than this as we head down the stretch.
Now, thank you to everybody who's joining us for the first time here on Bowl TV. You're watching the USBC Queens presented by Storm. I'm Jason Overstreet along with Lucas Wiseman. Happy to have you with us and hope you'll stay with us throughout the day. And now that you found us, come back and see us regularly as we bring you live bowling action throughout the year here on Bowl TV, found on YouTube.com.
And Terry gives me an update on the Missy Park and Olivia Sandham match. Missy up 21 overall with 6 frames to go. So our defending champion is ahead in her winner's bracket match. And Missy, if she wins this match and wins the next one, she would be on the show for the 3rd straight year. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard in the 6th. Carolyn trying to get back on track after that 4-9 split in the 5th. Does not throw a good shot there and leaves the 6-10, and she has a look of disgust on her face when she was walking back off the approach from that one. Carolyn converts the spare in the 6th frame. Josie Ernest. And another update, Brittany Hamilton 637, Mariana Ayala 500. Brittany Hamilton survives in the loser's bracket. A chance for Josie to take the lead with a strike right here. Ooh, ring 10. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Our live coverage here on Bowl TV of the USBC Queens. If you're not familiar with Bowl TV, we are part of Bowl.com, service of the United States Bowling Congress, and we broadcast events from around the world and around our great country here. A lot of college events and major events like the USBC Queens. The portions that you don't get to see on TV, we show you here on Bowl TV.
And Bowl TV is made possible by the members of USBC. So please be sure whenever you bowl in league, ask to bowl in a USBC certified league or insist that your league is USBC certified. It is only because of USBC members and their membership contributions that this type of coverage is available. And we provide it to you complimentary. Thanks to everyone with USBC.
Josie Ernest trailing by 3 pins with 4 frames to go. This is the 7th frame. She pulled it. Lucky not to leave a split on that shot. The 4-7 still standing. She loses a couple of pins, so she's now down 5
with the spare. A lot of folks who are wondering when we're going to announce our Storm Bowling Ball winner. We will announce that in the next round of matches, so stay tuned to find out if you won the Storm Bowling Ball. Our next round of matches after this one, a very important one because we have 2 winners bracket matches that will be right in front of us to determine the first 2 players on the TV show. So if you want to find out how these players made it to the show, you got to stick with us throughout the day here.
Someone in the chat representing with their USBC number. How about that?
Carolyn in the 7th, leading by 5. Ring 10. I think she liked it too.
Yep, she kind of walked it out a little bit to the left.
Yeah, she did. Got a little hop, skip, and a jump, but did not help it get the 10 out. See Missy off in the distance. She was up by 21.
I don't know what happened there, but she rolled her eyes.
Yeah, she got a strike. So we'll try to get an update on that in just a couple of minutes here. Seven frames in the books here. Carolyn Doran Ballard ahead by 4 pins with 3 frames to go.
If you're enjoying this action, perhaps you'd like to be a part of it next year. We'd love to have you at the Queens. It's going to be moving to Sunset Station in Las Vegas in 2013, right around Labor Day weekend. This is a terrific event. Lots of drama here in match play.
Both players working on spares as we enter the final 3 frames. Carolyn with the 4-pin advantage. Not very much of a lead for CDB. Good shot there by CDB as she strikes in the 8th. That'll put a lot of pressure on Josie Ernest to match it here in the 8th frame. I'm going to go get an update on Missy Parkin and Olivia Sandham, Jason.
All right, Lucas. Josie taking her time, looking at the score, knows exactly where things stand. She steps up to the right lane for this shot here in the 8th. Deep breath. She leaves a 10-pin.
Missy in the driver's seat, up about 50 pins with just a few frames to go.
And Josie takes care of the spare.
Tight match here between Josie and Carolyn. It's still just 5 pins with 2 frames to go.
And everybody in the center watching this one. It's not a loud crowd, but we have a...
It's like they're kind of scared to cheer, you know?
It's like watching golf.
It is. Big shot here for Josie, trying to set herself up for the 10th. Oh, I thought she threw that one pretty nice. Leaves the 4-pin. Well, Carolyn's going to have a chance in the 9th and the 10th frames to shut out Josie and win the match. Carolyn, about as focused as you can get down there. Jason's going to try to get a glimpse of her. She looks pretty focused, ready to go. Next shot could be the first nail in the coffin.
Josie has bowled so well against some of the top players, not just the top players now, some of the top players in the history of the sport she's run across in this tournament. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard, so often a clutch player. An opportunity to...
Josie's sister Jessica watching and just texted me and said she's extremely nervous, and I
don't blame her.
Yeah.
It's everybody in. I'm sure
that
everybody
Josie's
watching is nervous, and I know everybody here in the center is nervous. Carolyn taking a little bit of an extra moment on the approach.
And I know Josie's nervous too, because she said she was nervous bowling Kim and Kelly yesterday, so you can only imagine what she's feeling in a very tight match here with Carolyn. Carolyn up by 6, can go up by 16 going into the 10th. And she misses the pocket and leaves a split. It is the 2-5-7. The count does not affect her because it comes on a strike. But she has to make the 2-5-7 or she will give up the lead going into the 10th frame. Things have just gotten very interesting here. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard. A 2-5-7, not exactly what I would want to be shooting here in this situation. It was kind of a light hit in the... Looked like it might be a bucket at first, but the pins kind of fell funky. See if she can make it. Wow, it looks like the 7 wobbled a little bit even, but it's not a mark.
Not one that you shoot every day. Not that there's anything that's unfamiliar for Carolyn, but...
So now Josie has a 6-pin lead going into the 10th frame, and Carolyn will go first in the 10th. And Carolyn, if she strikes out here, would shoot 203. That would give her 593. And that would force Josie to shoot let's do some math here. So watch Carolyn trying to get as much as she can here in the 10th and put the pressure on Josie. I think if Carolyn doubles, Josie's going to have to double. Gets the first one. Yep, if Carolyn strikes out, Josie needs the double to win. If Carolyn does not strike on this shot, Josie will just need good count and a mark. Again, the winner of this match, 1 win away from locking up a spot on the show. Carolyn really taking her time here. Don't forget, we're going to announce the winner of the Storm Bowling Ball giveaway in our next round of matches, so don't tune out. Be sure to stay tuned in. We'll have a break after this match ends, but stay with us for the next round. Should start about 10 minutes after we are done with this match. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard, big shot here in the second. Second shot in the 10th. Gets the strike, and that'll force Josie to double in the 10th to win the match. count here on this shot has some minor significance. She'll just need to make sure she gets 6 or so pins. But chances are Carolyn will probably put it right in the pocket here on the fill. It's great pressure, 10th frame here for Carolyn, knowing she needed to double. And she does it here in the final frame of this match. Oh, she's going to back off. That could be a little bit of a veteran move right there by Carolyn, because she knows that Josie's nervous. She knows that Josie has to double. So Carolyn taking her time here, this last shot. That'll make Josie even a little more anxious, I think. Fill ball. Carolyn gets 9. So now she can only sit back and watch Josie in the 10th frame. 592 for Carolyn Doran-Ballard. Josie Ernest can strike out in the 10th frame for 599. So a double and 4 pins. That's what Josie Ernest needs. Anything less, and Carolyn Doran-Ballard moves on in the winner's bracket. Must strike situation. Here we go. Oh, and the 2-4-5 collapses, and the 2-pin falls forward. And I think Carolyn Doran-Ballard's heart just jumped out of her chest. Wow. What a break. And Josie, you can see the big sigh that she just let out. That was a very lucky break. And I think even Josie would be the first one to tell you that. That had 2-4-5 written all over it, and somehow it magically struck. But she still needs one more. Needs to regroup, refocus, and throw another one. Great drama here in the winner's bracket at the Queens. So here we go. Josie Ernest, a strike to win the match. Comes up light again, and the 7 does not go down. She made a better shot, but Carolyn Doran-Ballard is going to survive and win by just a couple of pins. A 3-pin win for Carolyn Doran-Ballard. How about that? Tough way to lose for Josie Ernest. She made a decent shot there, second one in the 10th. And Carolyn Doran-Ballard wins 592 to 589. And Carolyn moves on in the winner's bracket. Don't forget, we're going to announce the winner of our Storm Bowling Ball in our next round of matches. Be sure to stay tuned in. We have a small break here as we gear up for our next round of matches, which will be starting in just a couple of minutes here on Bowl TV. Don't go anywhere.
Appreciate everybody being with us. We've got a lot more excitement coming up, so be sure to stick around and don't want to go anywhere. See who it is that ends up making it to that national televised ESPN broadcast. So stick around. We'll be back with more here on Bowl TV in just a few minutes.
Yeah, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm one of those guys where whatever I put my mind to, I usually get pretty good at it, and it wasn't impressive for me to shoot big numbers on a house pattern, what a lot of people are doing all over the place, and I wanted to push myself to a next level, and so, that's what I did. I, joined a sport league, and I practice on sport patterns, and, work with guys that are like-minded, and, that's how I want to make myself better.
Has it been helpful for you when you've gone out into competition or into tournaments, the sport bowling experience? I mean, a little bit more prepared when you come across tournament conditions?
Tremendously, especially when they put out a pattern that's a little more flat or a little more challenging. Tournaments sometimes tell you what it is, sometimes they don't. So if they don't, and I can recognize right away it's a little more challenging, usually, there's a handful of us that have the upper hand, knowing that I got to place a little bit tighter or around this area as opposed to just jumping into the track, which is easy to do on a house pattern, and it's a pretty good advantage actually.
Are you a VIP? Now, for the first time, the USBC Open Championships can hook you up big time.
What we tried to do with the VIP program was not only give the VIP that extra boost in the experience that he's going to receive, but he's going to sort of get thrown to the front of the line every time he comes up. Whether it's at registration, he'll be able to go immediately pie the registration lines to information, where he'll be shuttled back to a VIP room, serve some beverages, given an individualized check-in experience. From there, he will have an opportunity to get a private sort of behind-the-scenes tour, if you will, into what goes into the Open Championships, from build to the scoreboards, to some of the things that the regular bowlers never get to see.
It's a lot quicker, obviously. It just gives you more time to enjoy everything else and not have to know that you have to wait in line.
It doesn't end at check-in. Your VIP experience also gets you discounts at Bowling Ball Express and the USBC Sports Store. You get access to special VIP lockers, a photography package, tickets to attend TV shows at the Masters in Queens, a membership card, and a special VIP shirt, which you can wear on the showcase lanes, where you'll enjoy a private lesson with USBC Silver Coach Bill Hall.
It's a good idea because you get to practice on the oil pattern that you're going to be playing on. Not only that, you'll get a little bit of assistance on how to play that oil pattern, with how to break it down, what to expect when it breaks down, and the equipment to use for your particular style of play.
The tips you gave me have made me to change my equipment to suit the lane condition. With this little bit of training, you will have a greater chance of getting a good score.
Trying to land the ball on a target. Think of a bow and arrow. Land it through it, not on it.
Bill was a very good coach. Showed me a lot of things that I really didn't think about before. So it actually, hopefully it's going to work out to my benefit.
It couldn't be easier to claim your VIP status. Go to bowl.com/VIP to get started. The staff here in Baton Rouge is excited to get you going.
You just can't wait to see the reactions on those guys' faces. I mean, that's what you really want to see. When the people come in here, everybody has a different sort of wow expression, or they've never done that before expression, and that's just big-time payback to all of us that have been involved in the process.
In 2012, the Women's Championships returns to the most prestigious venue in the sport, the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. Bowlers are headed back west in 2012, and they will find plenty of off-the-lanes fun in the city of Reno. Downtown Reno has a new sports and entertainment development next to the bowling stadium. If you bowl early in the year, enjoy some of the best skiing in the country. In the spring and summer, Lake Tahoe provides a breathtaking outdoor escape, and championship golf courses are just minutes away. The Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Bureau, Reno area hotels, and USBC Travel will be there to make sure your team's trip to Reno is a memorable one. And with an expected prize fund of more than $2 million, there's plenty of ways for you to cash in on the lanes. Visit the Women's Championships page of bowl.com and reserve your spot.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's Best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
please hold up in your practice. Please hit the check mark on your scoring console to get your arrows up. Please hit the check mark on the scoring console to get your names up. Higher C chooses starting lanes. Anybody need to swap lanes? Who's higher on the board? Fine.
And we are about to get underway with the start of our next round of matches here at the Queens. We've got two winners bracket matches.
We're already all set to go.
Carolyn Dorn Ballard against Missy Parkin. And Stephanie Nation against Deandra Asbeatty.
Two winners matches here on 21-2 and 27-8. Carolyn Dorn Ballard faces our defending champion Missy Parkin, and Stephanie Nation heads up against Deandra Asbeatty. We also have 4 elimination matches taking place on the outer lanes. Let's send them off with a round of applause here. Big matches here. Good luck, ladies.
So here we go. Stephanie Nation against Deandra Asbeatty. Carolyn Dorn Ballard against Missy Parkin. The winners of these matches are on the show. And we'll bowl one more match this afternoon to determine who gets the top seed. Carolyn will start us off. Carolyn had that dramatic victory against Josie Ernest in the last round. Stephanie and Deandra both had dominating victories in their last round matches. So that'll be an interesting battle to see who comes out on top in that one. And, of course, Missy Parkin, our defending champion. If she wins this match, she'll be on the TV show for the 3rd consecutive year here at the Queens, which is a very tough accomplishment to achieve. Missy starts things off with a strike against Carolyn. Deandra Asbeatty, first frame. Wow, that's a really nice looking shot there from Deandra to start things off on lane 28. Missy Parkin trying to get off to a double start here. Again, 3 games total pinfall to determine the match winners, and Missy leaves the 6 pin here in the second frame. Looks like Deandra's going to back off our center manager, Rusty, heading out to get a piece of dead wood on lane 33, so Deandra just going to let him take care of that. Deandra with a split. The 3-4-6-7. As Carolyn looks to jump out to an early lead. Carolyn up 10 after 2 frames against Missy. Oh, Oh, Deandra with the split conversion in the second. Nicely done. The 3-4-6-7 split is converted. Carolyn in the third. 10-pin. Could tell off her hand that that ball was probably going to enter the pocket a little bit flat. Stephanie with the 10-pin as well. There's also 4 matches going on in the elimination portion of the bracket. I'll try to get you some updates on those along. Still very early on here in this round of matches to determine the first 2 players who are going to make the show. The winners of these winter bracket matches are on the show. The losers will have a little bit more work to do to make it onto the telecast. Stephanie Nation in the third. Trails by 1 pin. Still very early here. Deandra Beatty in the third here, trying to match the strike put on the board by Nation. Jason Overstreet back with us after a quick lunch break.
Appreciate your carrying the ball there for a little bit.
Kind of a lunch break. You were still switching cameras as you were chowing down on your cheeseburger over there. Carolyn up now in the 4th frame. Missy has gone strike, spare, double. Carolyn double, spare. So a pretty even game here so far as Carolyn leaves the 2 pin. She trails by just a couple of sticks. Deandra looking for the first double in this match. She went high and split on that lane last time, and this time fires in a strike. Appreciate everybody joining us this afternoon here live on Bowl TV from the USBC Queens at AMF Euless Lanes in Euless, Texas. Lucas Wiseman along with Jason Overstreet as we are going to determine our first couple of TV finalists in the TV show as Stephanie Nation doubles to stay within 1. The TV show will air on ESPN2. That will be tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are doing that Storm bowling ball giveaway a little bit later on in this round as he leaves the 8 pin. So stay tuned to find out if you are the winner of the Storm bowling ball.
If you're enjoying the action on Bowl TV, you can see a complete schedule of our events on the home page of USBC's website, bowl.com. Again, this coverage brought to you as a member benefit by USBC. So if you like what you see Make sure you support USBC and bowl in certified leagues.
Deandra up now, trying to match the strike put on the board by Stephanie in the 5th. Stephanie's gone spare, spare, 3-bagger. Deandra strike, spare, double. And Deandra leaves the 10-pin in the 5th, so Stephanie will have a slight lead now. Missy Parkin looking for 3 in a row. Missy with the 2-8-10, trying to get as many as she can here. Gets 2 of them. And now Missy trails by 12 pins against Carolyn after 5 frames of game number 1. And Deandra in the 6th now, trailing by 10 against Nation, as they have also completed 5 frames here in game 1. Missy comes up light again, leaves the 2-8, this time no 10-pin with it though. Stephanie 4 strikes in a row. Stephanie now up by 20 against Deandra. Carolyn up in the 6th. Leading by 12. Not a lot of strikes so far in that Carolyn Doran Ballard Missy Parkin match. Steph leaves the 9-pin. Doran Ballard trying to get a double here. Extend her lead to 22. Leaves the 4-pin. We do have 2 more bowling balls to give away in our afternoon session, so stay tuned for that. We are going to give away 1 ball during this round of matches. We've already told you how you can be eligible to win, so we're going to be picking the winner here pretty soon. But in addition to that, 2 more balls for the afternoon blocks, so stay tuned. There will be a break after this round. It should be a short break as they get geared up for the final 2 rounds of match play. As Beatty staring down a 3-6-10. She's going for the spare here, down by 19. Uh-oh. And she's going to trail by 30 now. 31 pins to be exact, as Beatty down against Nation. Missy Parkin taking her time over there, and Deandra's going to go again in the meantime. Deandra 137 in the 7th frame. Working on an open. A strike ever since she left the split in the 2nd. She's been perfect on that left lane. Missy Parkin in the 7th. Oh, super washout for Missy on a spare. Loses count, too. Missy down 17 against CDB if she can make the super washout. Nation with a strike in the 8th. Leads by 31. Super washout here, tough spare to convert, and Parkin just does miss it. Well, I'm not quite sure how she missed that. That was
pretty good
close.
effort.
Yeah,
yep.
I thought she had it. Nation for the double here, and it would give her a 41-pin lead against Beatty. Ring 10. Missy trying to get back on track. Only 119 in the 7th frame for Missy Parkin as she leaves the solid 9. And Missy not looking too happy down there at this stage. You don't want to fall into a big hole against Carolyn Doran Ballard, that's for sure.
Now these 4 are all so good that anyone can put together a huge string at any point in time. You know, some people complain about the match play format, that it can lead to some fluky results with advancers, but look at these 4 and quite a group of resumes. Tenth frame for Deandra.
Here Deandra down by 31 against Nation, so Deandra has dug herself a little bit of a hole here early on in this match. Again, 3 games total pinfall to determine the winner. Carolyn with a 4-7 lead in the 9th frame. Carolyn is ahead by 25 pins against Parkin. Deandra doubles in the 10th. We'll get her into the 200s. Nice Beatty trying to fill it up in the 10th. She liked that lane after the rocky start on it. The right lane is what ended up giving her trouble. She started with a double on the right lane, but then did not strike again on the right lane. So Deandra's going to have to figure out that lane here down the stretch of this match. .206 for Deandra in game 1. Stephanie can strike out for .238. Take a decent-sized lead going into game 2. And Stephanie rings the 10 again.
And Missy throwing at the same time leaves a split.
Oh, disaster game here for Missy Parkin. Best case scenario, Missy shoots in the 170s. Or I should say 180s if you can somehow make the split and then strike out in the 10th.
Fill shot for Nation.
Oh, good thing that was a fill ball. 226. 20 pin lead for Stephanie. After game 1, Missy Parkin, 10th frame. Oh, another split. She's going to be in the 150s here in this first game.
This has just been a nightmare game for Missy.
And the thing is, Carolyn's not bowling a big game either. Carolyn is only pacing in the 200s, low 200s. But it's going to be enough for Carolyn to be up by about 50 after the first game. Just a brutal game for Missy. 3 splits, a super washout. Drew Parkin just sitting back there shaking his head. Missy's husband. Again, the winners of these winners bracket matches are on the show. And you know, Missy is going to take another ball out of her bag here. And she's going to try something here. So she's going to give up the count on the spare, which is a smart play. Because she needs to find better ball reaction. So she's actually going to just throw the ball like a strike ball here at this 4-6 split and see what this ball will do for her. Not going for either pin here. Just trying to get lined up to throw strikes, and she shoots 153. It's one of the lowest games we've seen today out of anybody, Jason. Just brutal.
So peculiar to watch.
It is. We're not used to seeing that from Missy here at the Queens. She does not miss very many shows. In the last, or lose very many matches here at the Queens. In the last 2 years, Missy has lost 2 matches in this 3-game total pinfall format, and both of those losses came in matches in which she was already on the show. So Missy very good in match play, but struggling here against Carolyn Doran Ballard. And Carolyn, if Carolyn strikes out, she'll shoot 214, give her a 61-pin lead after game 1. We will get you some updates on the other matches as soon as we can. Got to wait for them to kind of settle in a little bit.
First frame of game 2 for Deandra. Way outside. So Carolyn making the gap between herself and Missy even wider. Going to be in the 2 teens.
One match that I can see next to us is Olivia Sandham 235, Brittany Hamilton 217 in game 1.
As Beatty starts with an open in game 2. So 213 for Carolyn Doran Ballard, and it is a 60-pin lead for Doran Ballard over Parkin after 1 game. Nation leaves a 10-pin.
I was just getting confirmation on what time our next round of matches will start. They will start at 2 p.m. Central Time, so about an hour and 20 minutes from now. So there won't be too long of a break between matches.
Well, we appreciate everybody being with us on Bowl TV. Please let all your friends know. I know a lot of you have shared it on Facebook as part of our Storm giveaway, and feel free to do so on Twitter as well. And while you're here, subscribe to our channel. Get updates on new highlight videos and other things on YouTube. Our goal is to cross the 5,000 subscriber mark today, and I'm sure we have 150 folks that are watching that aren't subscribers yet, so join the thousands who are happy to get information about when USBC has added great highlight videos to our Bowl TV channel.
I know everybody's on the edge of their seats to find out the winner of our Storm Bowling Ball giveaway. And we're going to announce that in just another minute here. But I'll remind you that, as Carolyn with an awkward leave there, the 7-10 stays up. There was another pin that was kind of flirting with staying up there. It was the 8 pin that went down late. The next round of matches will start at 2 p.m. Central Time. And that will be the match to determine the first and second seed on the TV show. So the winner of these matches that we're watching now the winners will meet each other to determine the first and second seed on the show. There will also be 2 elimination matches going on that we'll have cameras on. So make sure you're tuning in at 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern. We will give away another Storm Bowling Ball during that match and final match of the day, which should start around 3:15 p.m. Central Time. DeAndre with a ring 10. Well, speaking of rings, let's go ahead and give away our Storm bowling ball, and our winner is Matt Ring. Congratulations to Matt Ring.
Matt Ringing 10.
Yeah, of Jupiter, Florida. He is the lucky winner of the Storm bowling ball for this match. So congratulations to Matt Ring on Facebook. If you didn't win, never fear. We've got 2 more balls to give away this afternoon, and you could win one of those bowling balls this afternoon. So stay tuned. You never know when we're going to give you another opportunity to win a Storm bowling ball. Big thanks to our friends at Storm for the giveaway.
Again, that is compliments of Storm. They are the presenting sponsors of the 2012 USBC Queens.
Oh, look at that. He's watching right now. Says, woo, that's me.
All right.
He's in the chat as Renta Productions.
Oh.
If that's him, well, congratulations. So congratulations, Matt Ring, on your new Storm bowling ball. We'll be in touch. I will send you a message on Facebook right now. We are in the 4th frame in the Asbady Nation match and the 3rd frame of the Parkin Doran Ballard match. Caroline Doran Ballard up by 49 pins on Missy Parkin, and Stephanie Nation just left the same split we saw Deandra leave in the first game. The 3-4-6-7 split for Nation. Missy Parkin, maybe that'll get her going here. Strike, spare strike this game for Missy.
Getting close on 5,000 subscribers for our Facebook, or excuse me, for our YouTube page. Thanks everyone for.
Yeah, we are only 66 away. Make sure you push subscribe just above the video you're watching right now. You'll be alerted when we have new video features and completed live stream events.
That's kind of nice too, because then even if you can't watch a live stream event, you get an alert when it's available on demand. You could go back and check out stuff. Also,
I actually could use that, to be honest with you. I need to sign up for that.
Let you know too that you know, even if you forgot to check the calendar and didn't know about day 1, you get an alert that says you know, day 1 is available on demand. You can be ready for day 2, because almost any time we do a event on Bowl TV, it's a multi-day event.
Deandra with the 2-pin in the 4th. She trails in the match by 26 pins as we are approaching the halfway point of the match. In just another minute or 2 here, I'm going to walk around and try to get some updates on the contenders / losers / elimination matches.
Yes, the bracket of people who have already lost once.
That's right. And if you lose again, you're done. I really like the term that Eric Pearson came up with, which was elimination matches, because that's what they are. Which sounds better than losers and is not quite as warm and fuzzy as contenders.
Yes.
Somebody wanting to know what Carolyn Doran Ballard's first ball speed is. Well, let's see. They have it on the monitors here. I'll let you know when she throws this shot right here, working on a double, leading by 59, and her first ball speed was 14.59 miles per hour.
Although you always have to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt. These are,
yeah, the ball speeds aren't. That's not a true ball speed, but
these are not.
It's a little bit slower than I think that the actual speed is on these cubic AMF speeds.
Yeah, these are not
It's not like the ITRC, the International
Where
Training
you
and
have
Research
sensors
Center.
that throughout the
Yeah.
throughout the lanes, or even the kind of precision that you'll track that with on
Well, in comparison,
full telecasts.
Missy Parkins just got a strike. Let's say what hers was. 14.59. Oh, wait. Nope, 16.22. So that kind of, you can contrast the two. So Missy throwing it about 1.5 miles faster than Carolyn Doran Ballard, which isn't much of a surprise to me because Missy tends to throw the ball pretty hard.
Strike for Nation in the 5th as she bounces back from that split open in the 4th. Not much change in position here in the Nation as Beatty match. And
oh boy,
10-pin just
Missy trying to get something going.
Cooperating.
Just got stopped in her tracks right there. I'm going to run and get some updates on some of the other matches since we've reached the halfway point. Be back in just a minute, Jason.
Yeah, Missy's kind of just got that unhappy look on her face. Can't blame her after the struggles of game 1, shooting in the 150s, but Stephanie, on the other hand, starting to get that little bounce in her step. Missy covers it up. Back over to Deandra. She's working on a strike. 6th frame. And a 7-10. So Deandra trailing by about 40 in that one. Looking to double. A 7-10 on a strike really hurts. And Carolyn had been cruising along with 4 straight, and then she leaves that mess. Deandra takes one of the 2. Ooh, how about that conversion? Nice spare shooting there by CDB. Back to Deandra in the 7th. So a little bit of everything. These are the best bowlers in the world. It's not surprising to see them make some great spare shots in addition to all the great strikes. If you're watching on our YouTube channel, another link you might want to take a look at is the mybowlingvacation.com link. You can actually access it directly from the Bowl TV channel. You see there's 3 tabs up at the top. You've got Bowl TV, Bowl.com, the sports store, and mybowlingvacation.com. Click on My Bowling Vacation and see what's there. It's actually a great website that has discounts on rooms all over the country, cars, etc. Special deep discounts on cities where there are USBC tournaments. But often you find better deals on mybowlingvacation.com than you can on other travel sites for even places where there aren't tournaments going on. So add it, bookmark it, and next time you have to go somewhere, check it out. See if mybowlingvacation.com can beat the prices of others out there. Lucas is now back with an update or some of the other matches going on.
And some of these may have changed since I was walking around, but Leanne Holsenberg and Josie Ernest tied going into the 9th frame of Game 2. Brittany Hamilton up by 3 pins on Olivia Sandham in the 7th frame of Game 2. Wendy McPherson up 46 on Lisa Knorr after 2 games. And Liz Johnson ahead by 80 against Catherine after the 10th frame. Of course, I blanked on Catherine's last name. Lane something. Too many names. Lane Hart. There we go. Came to me finally.
You're on a first name basis.
Yeah, that's right. Double for Asbady. She trails by 58 pins against Nation. In the other match, Missy Parkin is trailing Carolyn Doran Ballard by 53.
Somebody in the chat says they can't wait to be part of the Queens next year. Well, maybe some of you are seeing this for the first time. This is a great format. You know, we've seen some bowlers from the Texas area that have made good money here. It might not be well known on the national scene. It just goes to show it's an event where anybody's got a chance getting into this match play format. Next year we're going to be in Sunset Station in Las Vegas, Nevada, right around Labor Day. So no family get-togethers next year for Labor Day unless you're doing it in Las Vegas and joining us for the Queens. We'd love to see you there. If you haven't been to Sunset Station either, it's a great place to spend a few days. All kinds of restaurants, much better prices on rooms than you'd find on the Strip, and a really fantastic bowling center as well.
Stephanie working on 4 in a row, looking for her 5th consecutive strike. Deandra with a couple of few opens this game, and Stephanie really in control here.
She's got that little hop and two-fisted pump going. That's the sign that Steph is dialed in. Carolyn doesn't look like she loves her ball reaction, but she just almost is in stay out of trouble mode with such a big lead on Missy.
If Stephanie strikes out here, she could have a triple-digit lead going into the last game. Should be a little bit of a surprise because it looked like Deandra was kind of raring and ready to go after that last match, but Stephanie is just a buzzsaw.
Now, Lucas, I think there was one match that Stephanie bowled that we didn't see, but the 2 that we did see here on Bowl TV, she just ran away with it. Have all of her, has she had any close contests, or have they all been?
Her first round match against Rocio Estrepo was actually second round because Stephanie had a bye. Stephanie won 7-13 to 664. And then Stephanie beat Jackie Reese 704 to 503. And then she beat Lisa Knorr 707 to 598. So Stephanie has bowled 700 or better in each of her first 3 matches, which is really, really strong. So she's averaging about, 236 or so? 237 in match play. And no signs of lowering that average in match play here in this game.
Yeah, she is just throwing it wickedly well.
Carolyn Doran Ballard, not a whole lot going on in that match down there. It's still pretty status quo. Carolyn up 50. Let's see here. Missy's made up a little bit of ground. Nope, she's lost 7 pins more this game.
Well, Missy had...
So it's still 53-pin lead for Carolyn.
Missy struck in the first and then 8 spare in the second. Then she put together 2 strikes and then, memory serves, rang a 10 pin. So it would have been a 4-bagger. She's made that some adjustments and has seemed to have a better line. That time she got the 10 pin out.
As Beatty just can't buy a break.
Yeah, and I think
she can read the writing on the wall here.
The smile that you normally see from Deandra is now noticeably absent.
Yep. And we did already give away our Storm bowling ball for this match to Matt Ring, Jupiter, Florida. So congratulations, Matt. If you missed it, the announcement. We have 2 more balls to give away, and they will be given away in our final couple of matches this afternoon. Scheduled to start at 2 p.m. Central Time with the next round of matches.
Well, it is looking more and more as though Stephanie Nation and Carolyn Doran Ballard are going to be part of the ESPN2 telecast tomorrow night.
As Beatty strike on the fill, only 169, and she trails by 103 pins going into the last game.
So there's Parkin. Can't totally count out Missy yet. That Doran Ballard Parkin contest is a little bit closer, and Missy seems to have found a line that's effective here in the last few shots, so things might tighten up in this match. We'll see what...
Well, Missy's still down 43. She's made up a little bit of ground here as we've moved along.
Yeah, and as I said, the last few shots, it's tough when you're trying to watch multiple things at once, but it seems like Missy's line has been a little bit better than Carolyn's the last few frames. But Carolyn just shut me up, as she does often.
Question in our chat, are any of these ladies throwing Storm? Deandra Beatty throws Storm, as does Carolyn Doran Ballard.
I do believe Carolyn's throwing a Storm ball right now.
Yeah. Carolyn's technically, I think, on the Roto-Grip staff, but she also can throw Storm as well. Stephanie Nation throws Hammer, and what's Missy throwing these days? Have to wait and see on her jersey. Can't remember what her...
It was 900.
Sponsors. Yeah, I'm not sure if it still is or not.
It is hard to keep track of who signed with who.
Yeah, lose track sometimes. Carolyn leaves at 10, so it's going to be a big opportunity for Missy in the 10th frame to make up some ground against Doran Ballard.
Yep.
Carolyn, max score of 202 this game.
Speaking of 900, don't know if everybody out there heard, but another 900 game thrown over the last few days. We're
900 series.
Looking to game series. Thank you.
No problem. 900 game. That'd be a lot of strikes.
Yeah, that
in one
would
game.
But
maybe in the 40 frame game.
Another 900 series, and we'll be having a story about it on Bull.com later today. A youngster, a two-hander, out in California, 18-year-old two-hander. Tossed a 900.
There's going to be something on Bull.com about that pretty soon, right, Jason?
Correct.
Matt Cannizzaro working on a story. Doran Ballard, fill ball. 202 is what she can shoot this game. Missy Parker can strike 39. But Missy only shot 150 the first game, so you got to remember that. And that's where the lead was built for Carolyn in game one, 213 to 153. Carolyn led after the first game. So Carolyn only has 415 after two.
Not exactly a big score, considering that Stephanie Nation had 478 after 2. So,
yeah, Stephanie has quickly already thrown front 3.
Yeah, so that's virtually over at this stage. Big 10th coming up for Missy Parkin, though. She can strike out to get within 22 pins. That would be huge. Leaves the 10. Missed opportunity there for Missy. Meanwhile, the bleeding continues for Beatty. She leaves a 7-10 split and is done against Nation. So Beatty will drop into the contenders bracket.
Playing out the string in that one. Kind of surprising that would have had my money on that one to be a shootout the way that Deandra had been scoring.
Yeah, it's Beatty just not getting it done this match. Parkin makes her 10 pin. Yeah, she's still throwing 900 global, by the way. You can see it on her shirt. Parkin Phil Ball can shoot 218, so she'll make up 17 pins this game. So a better game for Missy, but still trailing by 44 pins. Go get some other updates, Jason, while we watch Carolyn get ready. Stephanie's got the front 4, by the way. That's about the only thing that's going to be exciting in that one, as they enter the back half of Game 3. Stephanie up by a considerable number of pins, and Deandra's looking in her ball bag, going to try some stuff out here in the final half of this game.
Doran Ballard opens with a strike. Sixth frame for Nation. She continues to be perfect. Missy in the second, and Messenger takes out the 10.
Well, we got a couple of players who have advanced in the elimination matches. Winnie McPherson and Liz Johnson both win. And the other two elimination matches, Josie Ernest up by 6 pins on Leanne Holstenberg with 4 frames to go. And Brittany Hamilton up by 13 on Olivia Sandham with 8 frames to go. So that's the update on the other matches that are in progress.
So Stephanie finally missed.
I see that, a washout in the 7th. The good news is Stephanie is going to be on the show tomorrow night. So if you're a Stephanie Nation fan, that's good news for you.
And if you're a Carolyn Doran Ballard fan, you can start getting excited.
Yeah, Carolyn up by...
It's not a lock yet, but it's...
She's up 54 with 8 frames to go.
It's getting close.
She needs to continue to apply the pressure here in the early stages of Game 3. Because we all know how good of a match play bowler Missy Parkin is. And Missy Parkin could easily come back from this deficit if Carolyn lets her guard down a little bit.
Isn't match play interesting, Lucas, that just a few minutes ago, Carolyn Doran Ballard was one shot, good shot by Josie Ernest away from being bounced into the other bracket, and now she's just a few frames away from one of the top 2 seats in the TV show.
CDB, 3rd frame, gets the front 3.
Lucas, do you want to explain the way that the final 3 spots in the TV show will be decided? Because that's going to make for some really great live streaming on Bowl TV coming up later today.
Sure, let's recap for you the way the rest of the day is going to go.
This is going to be great, folks. You're going to want to make sure that you check back in with us on Bowl TV because this is a little different this year.
First off, the 2 losers of these winter bracket matches, which as it is now will be Deandra Esbady and Missy Parkin, will sit out the next round because our 4 players who are left in the contenders bracket have matches against each other. That'll get us down to 4 players total for the round that's supposed to start at 2:45, and it's going to be a little after that. But the 4 players will bowl 3 games together on the same pair of lanes, all 4 bowlers on 25 and 26.
Right in front of us.
Right in front of us here. And the top 3-game series will earn the number 3 seed for the show. The second highest will get the number 4 seed for the show. And the third highest score will get the number 5 seed. The last person in that match will be eliminated from the tournament. And of course, there will be a match coming up in the next round between Nation and presumably Carolyn Doran Ballard for the top seed on the show. The loser will get the number 2 seed.
So Lucas, as Beatty and Parkin, assuming that she doesn't mount an amazing comeback here, they will fall immediately to that 4-person roll off from here?
They will.
So in reality, while certainly a disappointing loss for Parkin and Asbeatty, they still have
a 75%
chance of making the TV show.
Absolutely. So still a very good shot to make the show.
So it could very well be that despite this loss, it only cost them moving from number 2 to number 3 on the step ladder.
Jason, do you have any idea who came up with the idea for that format change to go to the Final 4 like that?
I do, but I don't know if that person would want to have the responsibility of being known as the person that came up with it, because that's a lot of pressure to take.
Yeah, I'll take the pressure. It's my idea, actually. We had to find a way to work through the bracket with the 48 players in it and get down to our 5 for the show. We were brainstorming it. And I was thinking, what would be a great way to have a great finish on the live streaming to gear us up for the TV show, and that's what we came up with. I think it'll be pretty cool.
It was actually Lucas's first suggestion was he wanted to do a Facebook vote.
No,
or most tweets would get on. But we said, Lucas,
flip a coin.
Everything can't be about
Facebook and Twitter.
Facebook and Twitter.
Well, Carolyn finally missed, left the 10 pin. Covers it up. I'm not going to have a very long break between matches. It's scheduled to start our next round at 2 p.m. Central Time. That's in about 45 minutes.
See, Lucas, we already have people in the chat saying it's a bad idea. That's what you think. It's one thing you can always count on with bowling fans. Anytime you do something different, everybody says it's a bad idea. So we do appreciate you verifying what we can always count on.
Yeah, there's unfortunately a lot of negativity out there. Things all positive for Stephanie Nation, though. She moves on. Well, here's the bad news for Stephanie. She actually has to make the split to continue her string of 700 series. We watch Carolyn in the 5th. Another strike for CDB. Stephanie's run of 700s comes to an end with a 697-550 win over Deandra Asbeatty. We've got 5.5 frames to go in this match between Parkin and Doran Ballard. And Carolyn still cruising along here. Up by 9 pins with about half a game to go. Nice post in the chat. Since you're reading the chat at the moment, I'd just like to say thank you to the USBC for Bowl TV. You're welcome, HBK. Heard some clapping down there for Josie Ernest. Not sure what the situation is. I'm going to walk down there and see what's going on, Jason.
All right, Lucas. Josie has had quite the draw in the brackets. Yesterday, Josie faced Kim Terrell-Kearney and Kelly Kulik. Today, she gets Carolyn Doran-Ballard and Leanne Holzenberg. Can't do much tougher than that. 3 Hall of Famers and a guaranteed future Hall of Famer. So we'll see if what Josie was able to do is Lucas is going to go down there and see those results. Libby Fletcher in the chat saying hello to us here. Hello, Libby. Look forward to seeing you later in the week. Libby, one of our USBC board members. We've got USBC's convention coming up at the end of middle part and end of this week, starting Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, as well as Hall of Fame inductions. Speaking of Hall of Famers, that taking place this week as well. And now Lucas back with some info. What's going on down there, Lucas?
Yeah, Josie Ernest wins 581 to 558 against Leanne Holsenberg, and Brittany Hamilton leads by 1 pin against Olivia Sandham with 4 frames to go. Of course, Wendy McPherson and Liz Johnson have already won their elimination matches. So Liz, Wendy, and Josie still alive. Brittany and Olivia still bowling for that last spot in our next round. Thorne Ballard looking for 3 in a row, leaves the 4 pin. Carolyn up by 88 pins with just about 3.5 frames to go here. We're in the 7th frame. So it looks like Carolyn will bowl Stephanie for the top seed in the next round. Missy with a double. That'll cut it down to 78, but challenging for Missy to come back in this sort of situation. Missy can strike out the 8th, 9th, and 10th and shoot 250 this game. That would give her 621. Force Carolyn to only shoot 207 to win, and Carolyn should be able to do that with her eyes closed. And Missy does not strike, so it's over now. Carolyn does not even need a mark in her final 3 frames. So Carolyn, Nora, and Ballard going to advance and bowl Stephanie. Missy Parkin and Deandra Asbetti drop into that final elimination match.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the 2012 USBC Queens presented by Storm on Bowl TV. Jason Overstreet and Lucas Wiseman with you live in Euless, Texas, as we have now identified 2 of our finalists for the telecast on ESPN2 tomorrow night. The final 3 members of the show will emerge here in the next couple of rounds. Glad to welcome everybody who found us via Facebook or Twitter. If you don't already like us or follow us, I invite you to do so. You can get links to that right from the top of our YouTube channel. Also, while you got some downtime here waiting for the next match, if you're going up to that tab at the top of the YouTube channel, you'll see the USBC Sports Store tab. That is a clickable link. You can just click on that. You'll see a whole bunch of new merchandise for the USBC Sports Store there. A new line of clothing for this season. Great for on the lanes, great gifts.
Next matches will start at 2 p.m. Central Time, so in about 37 minutes, the next round will get underway. I think Chris Barnes and Dave Lamont are going to come join us.
They will be the gentlemen calling the action on ESPN2. And the third member of the team was going to be Carolyn Dorn-Ballard. But you know what? She's not going to be available anymore.
She's got more important things to do.
I think they actually taped a feature that she was going to present as well. So I guess
that could be thrown for a loop.
If Kathy Dorn-Lizzie fills in, she'll have to
toss it to her sister.
Yeah, figure out how to deal with that.
Yeah.
And a nice looking shot there in the ninth by Carolyn. Again, this live action on Bowl TV brought to you compliments of the United States Bowling Congress and its USBC membership. Make sure whenever you are bowling in league that you insist on certified USBC competition. And thank you to all the USBC members watching. You're going to want to stick around for our continuing coverage this afternoon as well as we find out who else makes the show, and plus have another Storm ball to give away. So
2 of them. 2 to give away this afternoon.
So very important that you not miss that opportunity. USBC Queens presented by Storm.
And of course, Chris Barnes will be sitting in for the next round, so we have some questions for him. I'm sure he'll keep an eye on the chat and may answer some of your questions early on in the next round. So keep a thought on what you might be want to ask Chris Barnes.
So Missy finishes up with a 2:01. That's right, you'll get a chance to hear some different voices. Been hearing us for a while, get a change, and Dave and Chris will be able to visit with you. Lucas, do you know how long the approaching break is going to be?
Yeah, half hour. We're going to start at 2. That's what I'm told. I'm going to try to get an update on Brittany Hamilton and Olivia Sandham while we're finishing up here.
So as we watch Carolyn's second shot in the 10th, and she strikes. Lucas has an update and says we need to...
Sandham needs a mark, it looks like, to win against Hamilton. Oh, she went Brooklyn. Wow. Need a mark to win, you go Brooklyn. That'll knock out Brittany Hamilton. And Olivia Sandham will move on the elimination side. So Carolyn Dorn-Ballard and
Stephanie Nation are on the show. Olivia Sandum is going to defeat Brittany Hamilton. So Olivia Sandum, Josie Ernest, Wendy McPherson, and Liz Johnson still alive in the contenders portion of the bracket. Final shot of this round coming up.
So a good tournament for Brittany Hamilton. And that concludes all of the action for this round, Lucas.
It does, and we're going to be back in a half an hour with the start of the next round here on Bowl TV, so don't go anywhere. Chris Barnes, Dave Lamont will be in to talk with us during the next round of matches in about a half an hour, and we will be giving away Jason. We'll see everybody in a half hour.
Yeah, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Number one, let's go.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll. Are you a VIP? Now, for the first time, the USBC Open Championships can hook you up big time.
What we tried to do with the VIP program was not only give the VIP that extra boost in the experience that he's going to receive, but he's going to sort of get thrown to the front of the line every time he comes up. Whether it's at registration, he'll be able to go immediately pie the registration lines to information, where he'll be shuttled back to a VIP room, serve some beverages, given an individualized check-in experience. From there, he will have an opportunity to get a private sort of behind-the-scenes tour, if you will, into what goes into the Open Championships, from build to the scoreboards to some of the things that the regular bowlers never get to see.
It's a lot quicker, obviously. It just gives you more time to enjoy everything else and not have to know that you have to wait in line.
It doesn't end at check-in. Your VIP experience also gets you discounts at Bowling Ball Express and the USBC Sports Store. You get access to special VIP lockers, a photography package, tickets to attend TV shows at the Masters in Queens, a membership card, and a special VIP shirt, which you can wear on the showcase lanes where you'll enjoy a private lesson with USBC Silver Coach Bill Hall.
It's a good idea because you get to practice on the oil pattern that you're going to be playing on. Not only that, you'll get a little bit of assistance on how to play that oil pattern with how to break it down, what to expect when it breaks down, and the equipment to use for your particular style of play.
The tips you gave me have made me to change my equipment to suit the lane condition. With this little bit of training, you will have a greater chance of getting a good score.
Trying to land the ball on a target. Think of a bow and arrow. Land it through it, not on it.
Bill was a very good coach. Showed me a lot of things that I really didn't think about before. So it actually, hopefully it's going to work out to my benefit.
It couldn't be easier to claim your VIP status. Go to bowl.com/VIP to get started. The staff here in Baton Rouge is excited to get you going.
You just can't wait to see the reactions on the guys' faces. I mean, that's what you really want to see when the people come in here. Everybody has a different sort of wow expression, or they've never done that before expression, and that's just big time payback to all of us that have been involved in the process.
I think the decision to bowl sport more came out of watching house patterns, watching the averages go up, the scores go up, seeing that some guys got 11 in a row and there's not a crowd watching anymore. No one really cares. And I just decided, this isn't bowling. This isn't what it was when I was a kid. You start to realize on a house shot, you throw a bad shot and it carries, and you're realizing I'm not getting penalized and I should be. And sport shots came along, and that was really the opportunity to see, where am I? How good am I? How bad am I? What do I need to work on?
It can be frustrating when you first start, when you're going from the house pattern to a sport condition. What would you say to somebody who's just getting started in it? I mean, it can be tough to hang in there.
I think really you just try to say, it's different, understand that it's different, learn from it, realize that it's teaching you where you need to improve.
In 2012, the Women's Championships returns to the most prestigious venue in the sport, the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. Bowlers are headed back west in 2012, and they will find plenty of off-the-lanes fun in the city of Reno. Downtown Reno has a new sports and entertainment development next to the bowling stadium. If you bowl early in the year, enjoy some of the best skiing in the country. In the spring and summer, Lake Tahoe provides a breathtaking outdoor escape, and championship golf courses are just minutes away. The Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Bureau, Reno area hotels, and USBC Travel will be there to make sure your team's trip to Reno is a memorable one. And with an expected prize fund of more than $2 million, there's plenty of ways for you to cash in on the lanes. Visit the Women's Championships page of bowl.com and reserve your spot.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's Best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
And the big match here is your top two bowlers. They're both undefeated. Vying for the top seed on tomorrow night's live ESPN2 telecast. We have Carolyn Doran-Ballard taking on Stephanie Nation in that match for the top seed. Everybody's ready to go here. Ladies, your bands are coming on for 10 minutes of warm-up.
The mayhem that was the recent storm season.
Ladies, please hold up on practice. Higher seed gets choice of starting lane.
I better be careful what I say. Oh, sorry.
About to get underway with the second to last round here at the USBC Queens. Our match for the top seed on the TV show, Stephanie Nation versus Carolyn Doran Ballard. The winner, the number 1 seed on the show. The loser of that match will be the number 2 seed for the live finals on ESPN2 tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. 3 matches going on this round. Besides, or in addition to the Nation Doran Ballard match, Liz Johnson taking on Wendy McPherson in an elimination match. And Josie Ernest battling Olivia Sandom in the other elimination match. Dave Lamont and Chris Barnes will be here to join us in a little bit. I'm Lucas Wiseman along with Jason Overstreet as we get started with our match for the top seed on TV. Carolyn starts things off with a 10-pin. We do have 2 more Storm bowling balls to give away. And we'll be giving you some additional details on that as we move forward. See Olivia Sandom, bowled at Wichita State. Olivia leaves the 2-4-5 in the first. Wendy off to a quick start with a double against Liz. Nation in the first frame here of our match for the top seed on TV.
Liz and Wendy
Yep.
trade strikes to start things off.
Both with doubles. So we have a total of 8 players still left in the tournament, Jason, and all 8 have been a product of either the Team USA or Junior Team USA program. And 7 of the 8 have been on Team USA. Olivia Sandom, member of Junior Team USA back in 2002, 2003, and 2004, as Liz opens things up with 3 in a row. So a big Team USA presence here at the Queens this year. I think that's kind of a storyline as we enter the final matches. All these matches remain the same format, 3 games total pinfall to determine the winners. Nation in the second leaves the 3-4-6-7-10 split. 5 count on a spare will hurt her in count as Wendy starts with the front 3.
Olivia covers the washout.
Steph gets 4 of the 5, leaves the 4-pin on the deck. So an open frame for Nation.
As Wendy leaves the 7-10. Josie strikes in the second frame. Back over to Carolyn's second frame.
Carolyn with a slight edge here early on, 15-pin lead. Wendy left the 7-10 in the fourth, so now Liz takes the lead by virtue of the open frame by Wendy.
Josie's third frame. Looks like she's found a nice line.
Josie doubles a spare and a double to start. Olivia Sandham's gone 7 spare, 6 spare. Let's see if Liz Johnson can stay perfect.
This goes a bit high.
.610 for Johnson, a spare here, and she will have the lead by 12 pins. Sandham finally gets on the board with a strike in the third. She's down by 14.
I'm certainly looking at a contrasting pace emerging. Liz and Wendy, who are both pretty quick, and Carolyn a little bit more deliberate.
Yeah, Liz and Wendy will probably finish about 6 frames ahead of Carolyn and Stephanie, I would guess. Maybe even more than that. Maybe even a full game. As Sandham doubles to pull to within 4. Liz and Wendy both operate pretty quick when they're on the approach, and their 2 elimination matches in the last round were the first 2 that were done. Stephanie Nation trying to get back on track after the split for the open in the second. And Stephanie comes up light and
gets it done.
Yep, gets the 7-pin to go down. She's down 15 in the match. Wendy down by 12 at the halfway point of game 1.
Josie just struck again.
Yeah, 3 in a row for her. She's up by 14. Josie for 4 in a row.
Ooh.
Leaves a 4-pin. Wendy just threw a double. Again, the matches between McPherson and Johnson and Sandham and Ernest are elimination matches. So they'll be knocked out. The loser will be knocked out in this double elimination format with 2 losses. The winner of the Nation, Doran Ballard match earns the top seed on the TV show, and the loser will get the 2nd seed. It'll be their first loss. Carolyn leaves the bucket. She leads by 5. As Liz goes high, just coming around there, almost got her a strike from behind, leaves the 3-pin. They're going to need a score correction. Well, it may not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the score. So we take a look at Sandham. Leaves the 7-pin on the double.
14-pin lead for Ernest in that match with Sandham. So we take a look at CDB. 5th frame. Carolyn leads by 5. Stephanie Nation working on a double. It's not going to get to the head pin. You could tell off her hand that that was right. She's lucky to just leave the 1-2 though.
Liz already in the 7th with a strike. Back to Olivia's 6th.
Wow, that was an interesting strike there. The 7-pin went down kind of funny for the strike. McPherson for 3 in a row. Trying to help it in there, leaning into it a little bit. Gets the strike for the 3-bagger. Wendy has pulled to within 2 pins of Liz. Wendy looking for her 4th consecutive strike here. A chance to take the lead in the match here in game 1. Good shot. Snaps the 10 out for the strike. And an 8-pin lead against Liz Johnson. It's 3 in a row for Nation. And she takes a 7-pin lead on Carolyn Doran Ballard. Wow. Liz fortunate to get the strike there. That's a double for her. And she still trails by 8. Almost a 4-9 split there for Sandham. Leaves just the 4 standing. Nation trying to extend her lead. 2-pin. McPherson and Johnson's turned into a real strike fest. So take a look at Stephanie shooting her 2-pin. McPherson on the approach, working on 4 in a row, 9th frame. Wow, it's as good as it gets right there. She even does a little raise of the eyebrows. She knew that was a good one. We've seen 8 straight strikes in that match between the 2 players. Carolyn in the 6th, trailing by 6. And CDB. See if Wendy can keep it going here in the 10th. Great ball reaction for Wendy right now. 6 strikes in a row for McPherson. Josie Ernest, 8th frame, working on a double. She has bowled so great here in match play over the past 2 days. And continuing it in this match. Carolyn for the double and the lead.
Carolyn goes up by 4 on Nation. Another 7-10 for Wendy. That's the only thing that she's left this game. When she hasn't struck, she left a 7-10 in the 4th and now a 7-10 on the second shot in the 10th. So Wendy will be in the 250s. Liz can strike out and shoot 258. Here's Josie trying to keep it going. Oh, something came out and took out the 9-pin there for a 4-bagger. Josie's opened up a 34-pin lead on Sandham. 253 for McPherson. Ninth frame for Olivia, working on a strike. Her max score this game, 235. Josie Ernest can shoot 269 here in game 1, and Olivia doesn't get the tap on the 7.
Meanwhile, Liz strikes in the 10th for 4 in a row.
Liz can strike out to have the lead after the first game.
What a shootout in that one.
Stephanie Nation trying to get a double here in the 8th. And leaves a washout instead. She's down by 16 already and in jeopardy of having that deficit increase. Liz, strike here to take the lead into game 2. Yep, gets the 4 out. So Liz can shoot 258 with a strike on the fill. Wendy McPherson shot 253. See if Stephanie can cover up the washout. It's the 1-2-8-10. There's a sleeper back there. And it is an open frame for Nation. Fill ball here for LJ. 258. She leads by 5 after game 1. Sandham with a subpar delivery there, leaves the 6-10 in the 10th. She'll shoot 203 with a spare and a strike on the fill. Josie Ernest can strike out for 269. Again, these matches are 3 games, total pinfall to determine the winner. Goes pretty quick.
Wendy off to a fast start. First frame of game number 2.
Wendy bowled good in the first game. Just a couple of 7-10 splits derailed her a little bit. But a big score for those 2 players. As Carolyn looks to extend her lead here in the 8th. Tries to mix it up, but nothing took out the 7. Carolyn leads by 15 against Nation. Liz starts off with a strike. Don't forget to watch the telecast tomorrow night live on ESPN2 at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. If you aren't going to be home, if you're going to be at work, make sure you set your DVR. Maybe you'll be at bowling. If you're at bowling, I'd suggest have them turn it on at the bowling center so you can watch as you're bowling league.
Although if you're not going to be there, better not look at your Facebook or Twitter because everybody will be talking about it.
That's right.
If you're not yet following USBC on Twitter, you can find a link to do that at the top of the Bowl TV page. Twitter.com/USBC. We picked up a lot of followers throughout our Queens coverage, and we're glad to have you getting updates for all the exciting bowling news that USBC provides.
9th frame for Dorn Ballard as she goes high, gets the 4 out, but leaves the 9 standing. Again, still the first game in this one. Josie Ernest left the, looks like the 2-8 down there in the 10th. She'll still be in the 240s this game if she can make it.
As we take a look at Wendy McPherson trying to get a double to start, and she does. Josie makes her spare in the 10th. She's going to have a nice size 44-pin lead on Sandham going into game 2.
Nicknamed by some of our viewers the Legend Killer.
That's right. Josie's had some tough matches.
If she advances, she'll have a chance to add another legend to her hit list potentially.
Josie's had some tough matches. She beat Kim Terrell-Kearney and Kelly Kulik. And she beat Leanne Holstenberg as well.
Good shot there.
Yep, 247 to 203. Josie leads after game 1. Still one frame to go here in our match for the top seed on the telecast. Nation enters the 10th frame working on a strike. Can max out at 211. Wendy McPherson left an 8-pin. Covers it up in the 3rd. So Nation can max out at 211 here as we enter the 10th, and Carolyn Doran-Ballard can shoot 215. Sandham gets off to a good start here in game 2 with a strike.
Liz and Wendy just lighting it up. Liz with the front 3. With authority. Light hit carries for Stephanie. And Wendy striking the 4th. Josie's last couple of shots have been light.
Josie trying to convert her spare here. Second shot in the 10th for Carolyn. And she leaves that light 7-pin again. She'll shoot 205 and lead by 14 after game 1. Liz strikes again, front 5. It's still a high-scoring match.
I'd like to thank all of our new viewers that are joining us. We're just about to cross the 1,300 mark. Great to have you with us on Bowl TV. You can find regular Bowl TV events, we do live streaming coverage of collegiate events, as you can see, top women's events, as well as senior action, and also lots of coverage of the USBC Open Championships and Women's Championships. You can check out our schedule on the front of bowl.com, and this coverage is a service of the United States Bowling Congress, so made possible by all of the members out there, 2 million of you that bowl in USBC certified leagues. And so when you pay those few dollars to get your membership card, it helps make coverage like this possible. So we hope you're enjoying it and appreciate your being with us. To add to the excitement, this event, this Queen's, sponsored by Storm as the presenting sponsor. Storm has been kind enough to provide us a few bowling balls to give away to our viewers. So it's a pretty good chance to be a winner right now. 1,300 of you that are out there. Not bad odds on the drawing for a great Storm ball. And Lucas is going to have more details on what you can do to win, but if you keep on watching throughout the rest of the day, it'll be easy stuff. They're participating in our social media and helping spread the word about this fantastic women's bowling. You know, the more people that watch on the live stream, the more people that watch our ESPN2 broadcast, the better the chance that we can bring you more of it. And I know there are a lot of you that would love to see these talented bowlers get even more exposure, and that's what we're trying to do, and we appreciate everyone helping with the cause. Here's Wendy Mack in the 7th frame. And she buries another one. That is 4 in a row. Liz perfect through 6. Wendy and Liz are just putting on an absolute display. Carolyn covers her spare in the 1st.
Carolyn up by 14 coming into this second game.
And I was slow on the switch there. I apologize, as we see Liz left a ringing 10 in the 7th.
Yeah, so that will even this game up, but Liz still with a 5-pin lead in the match.
Liz covers up the 10-pin. Fourth frame for Olivia Sandham. She's working on a strike. Josie has gone spare open double. Josie up about 60 or so in that one, if I'm reading the scoreboard correctly. And Stephanie, who is doubling to bring herself closer. That one's tight, real tight. Liz Johnson buries another one. We talked about at the beginning, Lucas, Liz and Wendy bowling so fast that they catch me off guard. I can't switch the camera over there fast enough to get them before they strike.
Yeah, I told you they'd
never
bowl
any
pretty
spare to look at.
told you they'd bowl pretty fast and finish probably a game ahead of Stephanie and Carolyn. Well, our giveaway process has started for the final 2 Storm bowling balls that we're giving
listen
away.
up, everyone. Lucas has got your instructions.
I've just posted a status on our USBC Facebook page asking folks to watch our live broadcast tomorrow night on ESPN2. So go to our Facebook page and share that status and like it as well. And that'll be your ticket for one of our giveaways for the bowling ball. The second bowling ball is going to be given away on Twitter. So go on Twitter and tweet at USBC. Make sure you send it to USBC, at USBC. And say, watch the USBC Queens on ESPN2 tomorrow at 7 Eastern. That's all you have to do, and we will randomly select somebody who tweets that and randomly select somebody who has shared and liked our status on Facebook.
If you want the wording,
Yeah, the tweeting is a little bit more complicated because on Facebook you just have to share it and like the status.
But I'm going to help you because I am going to tweet right now on my Twitter exactly what you need to do. So you can just copy and paste from my Twitter exactly what you need to do to be eligible to win. Don't worry, I won't be eligible to win, so no big deal. But I'll give everybody an example.
Where we can have some fun, give away a storm ball, and also help draw attention to our telecast, which that's something that I know that everybody who's watching would love to see. Great ratings for that telecast and more people getting to watch best women bowlers out there.
And you want that example of what to tweet, go to twitter.com/Lucas_Wiseman, and you can get an idea of what you need to do on the Twitter side. And we're going to announce the winners here before the end of this round. Liz Johnson, strike for the double. She leads in the match by 16 pins entering the 10th frame.
Carolyn with that split is going to make this contest really tight. Liz up in the 10th.
Nice shot. 3 in a row for Liz. She can shoot 279 this game. Real high-scoring match.
Boy, the series totals that are on pace for that McPherson-Johnson match are something else.
A lot of folks are sharing and liking our status on Facebook. And again, just send a tweet. You can also enter on Twitter. We'll give one winner a bowling ball on Facebook and one winner a bowling ball on Twitter. Four in a row for Liz. That's going to put her in the 270s. Again, just tweet at USBC and remind people to watch the Queen's show on ESPN2 tomorrow night at 7 p.m. And that'll be how you become eligible on Twitter. Lots of tweets coming in, Jason, as well. Our social media blowing up here in this round as we are trying to give away some bowling balls to some lucky winners. Good luck to everybody. May the odds be ever in your favor.
Stick around. We'll tell you who's won towards the end of
this round here.
I know we've got one more to go. We'll do one here, and we'll do one.
That's if you trust Dave Lamont and Chris Barnes to accurately give away a bowling ball.
You could come back and say who the winner is for a little bit.
I trust them less than you do, apparently. Wendy looking for the messenger. It takes out the 10. That's a big shot right there. Liz shot 279, and Wendy can strike out for 258. So even if Wendy strikes out, she's still down 26. Meanwhile, let's update you on our match between Olivia Sandham and Josie Ernest. It is a 43-pin lead for Ernest here in the 7th frame of Game 2. Wendy did not strike on the second one of the 10th. Carolyn strikes in the 5th. Let's update you on the progress of that one. Looks like Stephanie Nation has taken the lead. Well, actually, yeah, 1 pin lead for Stephanie Nation. So Wendy shoots 247, which in any other match would be amazing. But Liz Johnson just a little better, 279. Liz 537, Wendy 500, and those are not 3-game scores, folks. Those are 2-game scores. Amazing. Carolyn with the 2-5. Comes up light on that one.
You sort of run out of superlatives to describe Liz Johnson when she gets into a groove. It's just...
she's like a robot.
It's just really, really amazing.
Carolyn wasn't quite sure she was going to make that one, but she does cover it up. Nation still up by 1 pin as we watch Wendy McPherson start things off here. Oh, ring 10.
Somebody in the chat says they could really use the ball before heading to the USBC Women's Championships in Reno. Great to have our Women's Championships bowlers watching. Hopefully we got a bunch of Women's Championship bowlers watching. You'll be in for a treat. Coming up next year, it's the Women's Championship will be in the Convention Center setting in Reno. Special build. Seen some of the early design layouts. I think it's going to be really spectacular. A lot of fun in Reno the next couple of years with the Open Championships and Women's Championships in the same place, and you can make reservations right now. Go to bold.com/tournaments. Just navigate to either the Open or Women's Championships. You can reserve your times and dates in real time. Somebody else says I could use it for Junior Gold. We'll be bringing you live coverage of Junior Gold this year on Bowl TV also. That's in Indianapolis along with the Youth Open Championships. Wendy sends 10 into the pit.
A little skip afterwards. Almost realizing she's got to strike the rest of the way. Josie Ernest pulling away from Olivia Sandham. Josie working on a double. Olivia has not thrown very many strikes this game. Second frame for Liz. I think she might shoot 800 here, Jason.
Crush. It's just...
She needs 263 for 800, and I think there's a real good shot she could get there.
The thing about all of Liz's strikes that we've seen is that it's not like there's been a little bit of, you know, messenger here or light hit there or a good break. It's every shot is just destruction. She advances and has this kind of line, she's going to have a really looking really strong to get to the TV show.
Seventh frame for Carolyn. Stephanie had the open in the 7th. So that has given Carolyn back the lead. Carolyn with a 2-4-5. Carolyn leads by 8. Liz in the 3rd. Uh-oh. We saw Wendy do that a couple of times in game 1, and now Liz with a 7-10 split in the third. So Wendy McPherson not out of it yet, but trailing by 35 pins. Carolyn on the approach, shooting the 2-4-5 here. Again, don't forget our contests currently in progress, one on Facebook, one on Twitter. Go to Facebook and like and share our status that we've got up there currently. Reminding people to watch the USBC Queens Finals tomorrow. And that'll be how you become eligible to win a Storm bowling ball. Thanks to Storm for the giveaway opportunity. The other one is on Twitter. Just go to Twitter, tweet at USBC, reminding people to watch the USBC Queens Finals tomorrow night at 7 p.m. on ESPN2. And if you do both those things, you would be entered into have an opportunity for both bowling balls, although not going to win both bowling balls, but increase your odds by participating on both Twitter and Facebook.
Strike for Doran Ballard. Wendy can't get the 10-pin out.
Yeah, Wendy unable to take advantage of the opening that Liz gave her.
So
Wendy's still down 24.
Ernest Sandham contest in the 10th. Josie has thrown the first one in the 10th. She can strike out for 213.
She's up 67 in the match as they're closing out game 2.
See how she does with this shot.
Josie just went up by 77.
So Ernest in a commanding position going into game number 3.
Nation in the 9th here, working on a strike, trailing by 8 in the match. And that's a lead change as Nation takes a 2-pin lead in this match as we approach the 10th frame. Wendy with a strike in the 5th, but she's down 34, kind of running out of time. Only half a game left in that match. We're still in game 2 between Nation and Doran Ballard. 9th frame for CDB. She can take the lead back. She continuously comes up light on that lane, but this time carries it for the strike and the double. So Carolyn back in the lead now by 8. Heading into the 10th frame of game number 2. Wendy up now 6th frame.
of Game 3. You got to think Wendy needs to strike out from here on out to have any chance. She gets one there. Well, Liz just not backing down here. 3 in a row after that pocket 7-10, and it doesn't look like anything's going to stop her right now. Remember to stay tuned in as we'll be giving away those bowling balls. We'll announce our winners right here on the broadcast. .185 for Carolyn Doran Ballard after the open in the 10th. Liz finally throws a bad shot and gets the strike anyway. Just kind of a little smirk on her face.
Sometimes
Not sure what to think about that one.
When things are going your way, they're going your way.
It's 4 in a row. She's cruising in this match. Josie Ernest leading by about 70 pins or so. As Stephanie throws a strike in the 10th, 3 in a row, trying to pounce on Doran Ballard, who opened in the 10th. Stephanie can strike out for 227 here, which would give her an 18-pin lead going into the last game. McPherson must-strike situation. Messenger slaps out the 10. This is one of the highest-scoring matches we've had in the tournament, I think, between McPherson and Liz Johnson. They're already in the 8th frame of Game 3. Nation and Doran Ballard still in Game 2. Final shot of Game 2 coming up in just a moment. Final 2 shots of this game. Second shot in the 10th for Nation. Good shot. 10-pin. Oh, another 7-10 for Wendy. That's 3 7-10s on that lane in this match. And to be honest with you, that's probably the difference in the match. 3 7-10s on the same lane in a high-scoring match.
Could very well be, Lucas. You're exactly right.
And Liz also left a 7-10 on that lane as well. 216 for Nation. Nation leads 407 to 390.
Strike for Ernest.
She leads
Strike
by
for Johnson.
67. Ernest leads by 67 against Sandham with 8 frames left. And Liz has locked up the win in the match against Wendy McPherson, who's already packing up her stuff. Carolyn lucky to get the 10 out there, leaves the 2-4.
We're not for that 710. Am I correct that Liz likely shoots 800?
She can still get there, actually, I think. Yeah, if she strikes out, she shoots 266, and that would be 803.
Ah. Didn't think she quite had enough left.
I think Wendy just kind of mailing it in here at the end. She knows she's done. Nice run this week by Wendy, but she's going to come up short of her goal of making the show. Olivia Sandham with a double down there. Still a 67-pin lead for Josie Ernest. And we're getting started with Game 3 here in our match for the top seed on the telecast. Nation leading by 17 coming into Game 3 and striking on her first shot here in Game 3. Watch Wendy finish up the 10th frame here. Sends the messenger. She doesn't even care. She just knows that she's lost now and trying to get this game over with. Wendy gets a round of applause here from the folks watching. She shoots 214, 714 in the losing effort. Only drama in that match is whether or not Liz Johnson is going to strike out and shoot 800. She needs 2 strikes and 7 for 800 even.
Be an awfully impressive accomplishment. Shooting 800 in match play at the Queens.
Here's Liz in the 10th. Nope, no 800 for Liz, but she will win the match and stay alive in the tournament and move on to our final match of the day coming up immediately following the conclusion of this round.
And it's looking increasingly like Josie Ernest will be the other one to join. She has put together 3 in a row after a first frame open.
I think she's up about 80 pins right now.
She is in control.
This match still in doubt. It's a 17-pin deficit for Carolyn Doran-Ballard as the CDB tickler comes out again and tickles the pins down for the strike. Liz Johnson finishes with 769. She went 769 to 714 against Wendy McPherson. Got a feel for Wendy. She bowled a great set. Just had some bad breaks with those 3 710s.
Oh, I ran into a buzzsaw.
Yep.
Could be the harsh injustice of match play.
And two of those 710s were on doubles, so huge swings there. I mean, Wendy could have shot 800 pretty easy. Carolyn, another light strike for a double as she cuts the deficit down to 7.
6th frame for Ernest. Working on 4 in a row. 4-pin.
Nation trailing by 8 now. Oh. She was kind of staring that one down. I think she was wondering if it was going to hang on. We're going to announce the winners of the Storm bowling balls coming up just a little while. Stephanie Nation in the 4th. There's a strike. Very close match here for the top seed on the telecast tomorrow. Carolyn looking for 3 in a row. Here in the 4th frame of Game 3, a tight match with Stephanie Nation. She's gone light on this lane a lot, and that time she pulls it through the face, went over the top of it, and leaves the 4-7-10 split. So Nation still hanging on to the lead here. Oh, wait a minute.
Ooh.
Almost made it. Wow, that would have been something else if she could have made that split.
As quickly as she went that time, Lucas, I just assumed she wasn't even going for it. She was on a strike. I thought she was just going for
the count.
And
yeah, she ended up going for it. She trails in this match now by 18 pins with 6 frames to go. Carolyn rebounds with a strike in the 5th. Stephanie Nation leading in this match. By about 2 marks as we enter the back half of the final game. Needs it to hook. Leaves just the 5-pin. So a spare attempt coming up here for Nation, who, with the spare, leads by 21 pins with half a game to go. Josie Ernest will defeat Olivia Sandom and move on. So it looks like our final match coming up in the next round will be Ernest, McPherson, Asbady, and Parkin. Those 4 bowlers will bowl on the same pair 3 games for the 3 spots on the show that are left.
My apologies. It's Johnson, not McPherson. Thanks to Danielle for catching that.
It's good to have a producer.
She gave me a funny face when I said it, and I said, "What's going on?" So yeah, it's Johnson, Ernest, Asbeatty, and Parkin who will bowl for the final 3 spots on the show coming up next.
And that'll be good TV here on Bowl TV.
Still got to figure out who's going to be the number 1 seed, though. It's still in doubt. Stephanie Nation up by 21. And uh-oh, a 4-6-7 split for Stephanie in the 6th frame. And that is going to tighten things up considerably. So the open frame by Stephanie Nation in the 6th. Carolyn Dorn Ballard will have a chance if she strikes here to take a 6-pin lead. While we wait for Carolyn, Jason, you were hoping that we'd get over 5,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. We are at 5,009.
All right. Thank you to everybody who's a new subscriber to us on YouTube.
Just hit the subscribe button above the video that you're watching right now, and you'll get alerts when we update our YouTube channel.
We're proud of the stuff that we put on YouTube. Some great feature videos and, of course, our live coverage. So we think you'll enjoy all the stuff that you get by subscribing. It doesn't cost anything, and it's just kind of fun.
Carolyn crosses over on what was not a very good shot and carries it for the double, and no reaction out of Stephanie Nation after that one. Not exactly what you want to see your opponent do on a lead change shot, and Carolyn now has the lead in the match.
This one is looking like it's going to go down to the 10th frame.
It's a 3-pin lead for Carolyn as I redo my math. Carolyn up by 3. Looking for 3 in a row to take a 13-pin lead, and she's got it. CDB goes up by 13 as we head into the final stages of this match for the top seed on the TV show. Again, 4 players will bowl on 25 and 26 after this match. Ernest, Johnson, Asbeatty, and Parkin. They'll bowl 3 games on the same pair. The 3 highest scores advancing to the TV show. Stephanie Nation, 7th frame. Down 13, high flush. Again, bowling for the top seed on the telecast tomorrow. The telecast will air live on ESPN2.
We're just talking about all that you get with subscribing to the YouTube channel. You get to enjoy the talented work of Mr. Matt Lawson, who's on the other side of that camera there. He'll be having a feature video, today's action, some real high quality stuff, and be able to hear from certainly the top seed.
Nation a chance to cut it back to 3 here with a strike. 8th frame.
Carolyn's going to have a real opportunity to pull away in the 8th and 9th frames in just a moment, since Nation fails to strike right there. And this is a key match because the top seed is guaranteed to finish no lower than second on the show. They will just bowl one game on the show.
Nation and Dorn Ballard know each other well. Both work at the International Bowling Campus in Arlington. Both Team USA members, teammates on the gold medal World Championship team from last year. But all that warm, fuzzy team stuff, last thing on their mind right now.
Dorn Ballard, 8th frame, leading by 13. She can go up 23 with a strike here. Phone rings in the background. Not sure if she heard it, but she throws it through the face and leaves the 3-10. You have to wonder if that phone ringing in the background messed her up.
Is that just at the desk? Is that just a phone at the desk?
It was a phone at the desk, yes.
It's so quiet in here, I almost feel like we should be whispering.
I know, that's what I was just thinking. We need to be quiet.
It's like watching golf.
Well, real tight match now. She does make it.
Big spare conversion.
And Carolyn, as we enter the 9th frame, Carolyn leads by 11. This one could go either way here in these final 2 frames. But if Carolyn strikes here in the 9th, she cannot be shut out.
You could hear a pin drop in here right now.
It's really quiet. She pulled it again. 3-6-10. That's big on the count because the lead drops to 8. Three, 6-10. Needs to make it here in the 9th frame to maintain the 8-pin lead. Covers it up. Now Stephanie Nation will finish the 9th and the 10th frames first. The best Carolyn Dorn Ballard can shoot if she strikes out is 6-10. That would force Stephanie Nation to shoot 204 this game. Stephanie can strike out for 205. So Nation needs strikes in the 9th and the first 2 in the 10th for the shutout. Oh, trips out the 4. So Nation needs 2 strikes and 9 pins for the shutout. And the top seed on the telecast.
You can just feel the tension in here from everybody watching. I don't know if everybody knows the count as well as you do, Lucas, but it's just this rare silence here at Euless.
Stephanie Nation needs 2 strikes and 9 pins here in the 10th frame to shut out Carolyn Doran Ballard and earn the top seed on the Queens TV show. Oh, she leaves the 4-pin. And Carolyn Doran Ballard will have a chance in the 10th. Spare is good for Nation. Her max score now 592. Carolyn Doran Ballard, if she goes 9 spare strike, she would shoot 209, and that would give her 589. So Carolyn still has a little work to do here in the 10th. Carolyn needs a mark in the 10th. So Carolyn Doran Ballard here in the 10th frame just needs a mark with some good count. Big pressure shot here. Needs a mark and count for the top seed on the telecast. She pulled it. Wow, real lucky not to leave a split. Leaves the 6-10. She'll need the spare and 5 pins to earn the top seed. Must spare this and get 5 on the fill for the top seed on the telecast. Here it is. And she makes it. Boy, I think she thought for a slight second there was a chance it might chop. But she does cover it up. Great match here between Nation and Doran Ballard. Carolyn just needs to stay behind the foul line here, throw it right down the middle of the lane and get 5 pins. And she'll be the top seed on the telecast. That's enough. Carolyn Doran Ballard will be the top seed on tomorrow night's ESPN2 broadcast of the USBC Queens, 7 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN2. Stephanie Nation will be the number 2 seed. Seeds 3, 4, and 5 still to be determined. So they'll get reset here for a couple of minutes, and then we'll get underway with the next and final match. It's going to be Josie Ernest, Liz Johnson, Deandra Esbeatty, and Missy Parkin bowling all 4 of them 3 games on the same pair. 3 of them will advance to the show.
For tomorrow's show, Carolyn Doran Ballard out edges Stephanie Nation 596 to 592. and earns the number 1 seed tomorrow night. Stephanie will be put in the number 2 slot for tomorrow's show, stepladder finals. And with the change in our bracket and the 16-bye system this year, we have a unique situation for the final 3 positions on the TV show. The 4 remaining bowlers in the contenders bracket here are going to roll off a 3-game series on the same pair of lanes. High score will be the 3rd seed for television. The 2nd highest score will be seeded number 4. 3rd highest score seeded 5th. And low score on this final pair is eliminated from the double elimination tournament. Let's have those 4 remaining contenders bowlers. Please report to 25.
While we gear up for this next match, let's give away one of the bowling balls, Jason. Going to do the giveaway for the Facebook ball. As I'm working my magic here, looking at all the folks who are eligible, compiling that information, and I'm randomly going to select one person who shared and liked that status for the bowling ball. And the winner is Diana Monroe of Manassas, Virginia. Congratulations, Diana Monroe of Manassas, Virginia. You have won a bowling ball from Storm Bowling Products for sharing our status on Facebook. Another lucky winner here on Bowl TV. Jason, you want to give away the Twitter one, or you want to wait a little bit on that one?
Why don't we give that away in the next set?
Okay. We'll give some folks another more of an opportunity to tweet for the opportunity to get a bowling ball. All you have to do is go on Twitter. Make sure you're following USBC. That's twitter.com/USBC. And then post a tweet at USBC that says, reminds everybody to watch the USBC Queens tomorrow night on ESPN2 at 7 Eastern.
Simple stuff.
Yep, pretty easy. You'll have a chance to win a bowling ball. But congratulations to Diana Monroe of Manassas, Virginia, on winning a Storm bowling ball for watching Bowl TV. They're going to get underway pretty quick here. All 4 bowlers are on the in the settee, ready to go. I believe that Dave Lamont, Chris Barnes, probably going to take over and call this last match while I work on television notes for the TV show. And I will select the Twitter winner in just a little bit as we get into that match. And maybe Jason can remind me to pull the name of that winner once we get going in that match.
Meantime, shall we take a quick break?
Sure, let's take a break, get reset, and ready to go for the next round of match.
We'll be right back with you in just a moment.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund, the Youth Education Services.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Number 1, let's go.
Are you a VIP? Now, for the first time, the USBC Open Championships can hook you up big time.
What we tried to do with the VIP program was not only give the VIP that extra boost in the experience that he's going to receive, but he's going to sort of get thrown to the front of the line every time he comes up. Whether it's at registration, he'll be able to go immediately pie the registration lines to information, where he'll be shuttled back to a VIP room, serve some beverages, given an individualized check-in experience. From there, he will have an opportunity to get a private sort of behind-the-scenes tour, if you will, into what goes into the Open Championships, from build to the scoreboards, to some of the things that the regular bowlers never get to see.
It's a lot quicker, obviously. It just gives you more time to enjoy everything else and not have to know that you have to wait in line.
It doesn't end at check-in. Your VIP experience also gets you discounts at Bowling Ball Express and the USBC Sports Store. You get access to special VIP lockers, a photography package, tickets to attend TV shows at the Masters and Queens, a membership card, and a special VIP shirt, which you can wear on the showcase lanes, where you'll enjoy a private lesson with USBC Silver Coach Bill Hall.
It's a good idea because you get to practice on the oil pattern that you're going to be playing on. Not only that, you'll get a little bit of assistance on how to play that oil pattern, with how to break it down, what to expect when it breaks down, and the equipment to use for your particular style of play.
The tips you gave me have made me to change my equipment to suit the lane condition. With this little bit of training, you will have a greater chance of getting a good score.
Trying to land the ball on a target. Think of a bow and arrow. Land it through it, not on it.
Bill was a very good coach. Showed me a lot of things that I really didn't think about before. So it actually, hopefully it's going to work out to my benefit.
It couldn't be easier to claim your VIP status. Go to bowl.com/VIP to get started. The staff here in Baton Rouge is excited to get you going.
You just can't wait to see the reactions on the guys' faces. I mean, that's what you really want to see when the people come in here. Everybody has a different sort of wow expression, or they've never done that before expression, and that's just big time payback to all of us that have been involved in the process.
In 2012, the Women's Championships returns to the most prestigious venue in the sport, the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. Bowlers are headed back west in 2012, and they will find plenty of off-the-lanes fun in the city of Reno. Downtown Reno has a new sports and entertainment development next to the bowling stadium. If you bowl early in the year, enjoy some of the best skiing in the country. In the spring and summer, Lake Tahoe provides a breathtaking outdoor escape, and championship golf courses are just minutes away. The Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Bureau, Reno area hotels, and USBC Travel will be there to make sure your team's trip to Reno is a memorable one. And with an expected prize fund of more than $2 million, there's plenty of ways for you to cash in on the lanes. Visit the Women's Championships page of bowl.com and reserve your spot.
It started a couple years ago, and I knew I needed an extra challenge. League was fun, but it wasn't preparing me for my weekend tournaments, and when I traveled, I felt unprepared. So I wanted to get into the sport bowling to really challenge myself and hone my skills, so that I went to, like I said, a tournament. I was prepared and ready to bowl.
Obviously, when you first start, it's a little bit frustrating. Your average takes a dive a little bit, but if you stick with it, for people who may want to give this a try, sticking with it does help.
Absolutely. You just gotta, take your lumps and expect not to average 220 like you do on your league night, and say, it's okay averaging 180, 190 and getting up into the 200s, and you feel like you've accomplished something averaging 200 on a sport pattern.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
Well, folks, we are about 30 seconds away from being underway here. And once again, we are
About to find out which 3 of these 4 women will make our ESPN2 telecast tomorrow night. It will be 3 games, and the top 3 totals advance in the order that they finish to the step ladder. So the top score is the 3 seed. The second score will be the 4, and the third highest total will earn the 5 seed. And whoever has the lowest total is done. So that is the situation here. A new twist to the format. Carolyn Doran Ballard is the number 1 seed, Stephanie Nation the 2. Now we can enjoy getting to see how the rest of the telecast is filled out. If you're watching in our YouTube chat, feel free to let us know who you're rooting for. See, one for the Legend Killer, the new nickname that Josie Ernest has gotten here the last couple of days. And if she advances, safe to say that she's knocking out another legend, as Beatty, Parkin, and Johnson, all pretty big names. Josie Ernest certainly an accomplished player in her own right, but
all right, the higher seeds chose their position, so the lineups are in. Once again, these 4 boys have only 3 games on the same pair of lanes.
and since we are sitting right behind them, our voices will sounds like we are whispering or trying to avoid talking too much while they are on the approach. The last thing that we want to do is be any kind of a distraction to the players, so we will keep our voices fairly low.
Personal thanks to the USBC staff that came out all this week to help us run this event. Thank you, staff from USBC. They did a wonderful job. A huge thank you.
Jason, I think that these players are in a really enviable position by most of the players who are in the field this week, because there's 3 of them, and 75% of them are going to make the show. It's a pretty good cut.
The 3 finalists for the TV show, ladies.
So here we go. These 4 players will bowl 3 games on this pair of lanes. The top score will earn the number 3 seed for the show. The second highest score will earn the number 4 seed for the show. Third highest score, the number 5 position on the show. And the bowler who finishes last is out, as Beatty and Parkin both start with strikes. Liz Johnson with a 6-pin as we are underway with our first frame. Josie Ernest, a current Team USA member, she starts with a strike. So 3 of the 4 players start with a strike. Liz Johnson trying to get a spare. So 1 frame in. This match is gonna take a little longer than the previous matches we've seen. It'll take because we've got 4 players on the same pair bowling 1 match all at the same time. Parkin leaves the 9-pin in the second. Deandra with a double, the first player to double as she opens up a very tiny lead early on here on the rest of the players on the pair. Double for Ernest to start.
Folks, for those of you having problems with a lag on the feed, there is nothing we can do about it. That's just sometimes the encoding and decoding gets bogged down, and it will usually sort itself out after a few minutes. Just be patient. We're outputting in the most efficient settings we can.
And we are now in the third frame. Oh, look at that messenger come flying across the deck for Missy Parkin. As Beatty for 3 in a row. Got it. Again, these 4 players bowling 3 games on this pair to determine the final 3 spots on the TV show. Liz Johnson with a double. If it ended right now, Missy Parkin would be out, but there's still 27 frames to go. Josie has started with a double. She's the final player to finish the third frame. And she starts with the front 3, so it's as Beatty, Ernest in the lead, Liz Johnson in third, and Missy Parkin in fourth currently.
Once again, all 4 of these players are competing against one another. It is the highest three pin totals that will advance.
Deandra with the front 4 now. Dave Lamont, Chris Barnes said they were going to stop in during this match. They are interviewing Carolyn Doran Ballard right now. Missy breaks it up for the strike and a double here in the fourth. Ernest trying to stay perfect, pulls it through the face, leaves the 6-10. Liz with her third consecutive strike. Josie will finish up the fourth frame here. So if we rank the players after 4 frames, it would be Deandra, Liz, Josie, and Missy. Again, the person who finishes last in the 3-game total is out. The other 3 are on the show. They're seeding based on their pinfall in this match. As Beatty almost leaves a pocket 7-10, and the 7 goes out, so leaves just the 10 pin.
A split for Parkin in the 5th. The rest of the players here in the 5th frame of game 1.
So look at the scoreboard. See the first names up there. Missy and Liz on the left, Deandra and Josie on the right.
Liz, the only one with the current string of strikes going. Fifth frame for Josie. Ring 10.
Once again, the highest pin total for the 3 games of these 4, all bowled right now, will earn the 3rd seed on the TV show.
Second highest total, the number 4 seed. Third highest 3-game total here is the number 5 seed. And whoever has the lowest total is eliminated from the tournament. So we'll have to see how it plays out. As Beatty gets a strike in the 6th. Right now it's Liz Johnson in the lead, followed by Deandra, Josie, and Missy.
And the reason for this somewhat unusual format is essentially you have these 4 players remaining in the contenders bracket and you have 3 more spots in the TV show. So if you had them continue with traditional head-to-head, that would only take care of 2 spots. Or have somebody with 2 losses advancing to the TV show potentially.
Yeah, and that's why we came up with this format, was to avoid having somebody with 2 losses make the show. Liz pulled it through the face. Lucky she didn't split on that one. Spare for Liz in the 6th. We've got 6 frames in the books. If we ended right now, standings would be Liz. Sorry, it would be Deandra, followed by Liz, Josie, and Missy. Right now, Missy is 20 pins behind Josie and in last place after 6 frames of game 1. And Missy with another split. Second consecutive split on that lane. Open frame for Parkin, 7th. She falls even further behind the field, and Missy heading back to her bowling bag, trying to find a different ball.
Liz Johnson, a strike in the 7th. Missy strikes in the 8th. Parkin in the 9th frame now. Changes balls, gets the double. She inches closer to Josie Ernest for the last, to avoid the last place spot. Deandra and Liz really have established themselves as the players to beat here in this match. Liz Johnson, 9th frame, working on a spare. Apologize for the streaming issues. Had a connection problem there, but hopefully it's working better now. Deandra with a 10 pin in the 10th. Deandra's max score now is 238. Josie with the spare. Liz Johnson can shoot 248. Missy Parkin can shoot 214. And Josie Ernest can shoot 211 here in game 1.
Dave Lamont, Chris Barnes coming in. We're going to let them sit in for the remainder of the match here.
Well, we're going to get to practice our golf level voices here. Definitely inside voices are going to be required because the bowlers are right in front of us. And in this 3-game block to determine our other 3 members of the show, Deandra Asbady is 235 to take the early first lead. And Liz Johnson at 188, strike up in the 9th with the 10th frame yet to be bowled. Josie Ernest has got a single pin here. That's a chance to shoot 200. And Missy Parkin, if she strikes, will shoot 192. There's the scores. And instead it'll be a 190 for Missy. So she will be 4th after 1 game. And a little break there for Ernest, so she ends up exactly at 200. And Liz Johnson off a strike in the 9th is 188. There we are. And just we'll set it up a little bit. What's at stake here after Liz attempts this spare and finishes her game.
Really an opportunity there to gap out a little bit. Again, 3 of these 4 will make the final, and with 190 being a low game, 248 there would have given her a huge leg up after game 1. 228 still gives her 38 pins to play with.
Very simple. We already know who our first and second bowlers are going to be. They're the top 2 seeds. Carolyn Doran Ballard will be number 1 and Stephanie Nation number 2. The other 3 come out of here. It's a cumulative score from 3 games. And so Liz Johnson finishes with 228, as Chris mentioned. 7 back of Deandra with Ernest at 200 and Missy Parkin, the defending Queen's champion, at 190. And they're waiting for a little guidance about who should be first and next. And should be like golf, man. If you're ready, you swing it and hit it. Yeah, looks like Missy is ready to go first. And this is our 3rd games coming up. That was
no, this is our 2nd game coming up here.
Second game, okay.
So.
Right. So he only missed the one. So
Missy with 190. Deandra, 235. Liz, 228. And Josie Ernest, 200.
Seven pin for Liz.
And she's gone through a show's worth of people just to get to this point right now.
As has Josie Ernest. Between these two, they have faced seemingly half the Hall of Fame.
Ernest's path so far.
Man.
Do you remember what that was?
Kim Terrell-Kearney. Kelly Kulick. After she went through the K edition of the Hall of Fame. Gosh.
Then she moved to the C. She went to Carolyn and lost by. She needed the second strike in the 10th frame.
Right,
She got the first one.
it.
Didn't get it. Went to the losers bracket. Then bowled Leanne Holzenberg.
Oh yes, Hall of Famer and defending U.S. Open champion.
And then got to go down all the way to.
And she bowled Olivia.
Olivia Sandham, who anybody who's bowled the Queens before, she always makes match play.
Yeah.
Is always a tough out, and was able to survive that one. And now all she has to do is bowl the defending champion, another defending champion, and someone in the International Bowling Hall of Fame and a former leader of this tournament. So just keeps getting easier for Josie here.
But she's hung in there, and at the moment she holds the 3 spot, but we are in just the early stages of game number 2 in this 3-game format. Tough shot for Missy Parkin. She'll leave it open. Really, this is the first time we've seen any cracks in her game in this tournament. The games previous to this. That's a lucky break for Ernest to only wind up with a 6-pin.
I know there's a few people having issues with the feed right now, but in case you're wondering, Missy is a strike and open in the second frame for 28. Deandra has the front 2. Liz is 9 spare, and she just left a 7-pin, so likely 9 spare, and Josie Ernest has went strike, and she left a 6-pin on a shot through the face, so she will be picking up her spare right now, and she does for 20 in the second. Again, Missy is the low score right now at 190. She is the one to beat. Josie is plus 10 of that. Liz plus 38 from there, and Deandra plus 45. So she is now stretched to another. She's gotten another 21 pins from there. So
we got an interesting mix potentially on the show of past champions like Carolyn, 2001 Queens winner, but hasn't been on the show since then. And then you've got Stephanie Nation. It'll be her first Queens final. And Deandra, who's awaiting Missy Parkin's shot, has not won this tournament.
She looked dominant through the early stages. Obviously qualifying very high, getting a bye through. Through her first couple matches. And then ran into a little bit of trouble today. And here just at the end.
Well,
Tough match with Carolyn where she really didn't play very well. Of course, Carolyn's next match against Stephanie Nation was also very low scoring. Stephanie Nation's low set was 697 going into that last match. In her 4 wins, and then she shoots 592 and Carolyn shoots 596. These pairs right in front of our live streaming here as the Lucas Jinx is still alive and well. And bowl everywhere except right in front of Luke.
And Liz Johnson went through the face and winds up with 3-6-10. I've been handed this note from Jason and from Lucas. to congratulate Nick Van Note, who won a Storm bowling ball via the Twitter giveaway. The bottom line is Nick Van Note. Now you should contact Lucas via Twitter, and he'll set you up. In fact, Lucas may deliver it personally. Liz covers 3-6-10, so she's clean through 3, but without a strike. Missy Parkin is sandwiched an open frame around 2 strikes, or in between 2 strikes.
Deandra with that 3-bagger there gets even further out in front. Doing exactly what you need to do. You got a lead, just run while you can and make it hard for anyone else to catch up. Josie Ernest with another spare, so she's clean through 3. Liz also clean through 3 with a little bit lower count. And Missy with the only open. Fortunately, it's a low score already, is the last thing she needs.
Still 10-pin left for Deandra. That'll slow her down just a tiny bit, but she's been the best one so far in this group. What do you think of this format change, Chris? This is different from past Queens events where we were match play for the last spots on the show.
Yeah, basically before it was always the top 4 made it in, and automatically. And you were just seeded based off your score in your last match, and that was it. And I was never a big fan of that. This at least gives a little bit more opportunity for people go through the loser's bracket and have an opportunity to make the show. There can actually be 2 people through the early part of the loser's bracket and still get there. So a little bit more fair in my opinion. I am a fan of even the Masters format where even more people can make it up through that. 3 people can make it up through the loser's bracket, but this is a better alternative in my opinion, to basically having to be undefeated all the way through to have a realistic shot. And you can get all the way up to the 3.
Flat 10 for Ernest. Liz
She's
Johnson
around the
recovered with a
pocket,
strike.
which many matches that's been okay, but this is a star-studded Final Four.
Yeah. And just think of some of the players who aren't going to be on the show. Think of some of the stars that didn't make it through this year. Kelly Kulick, most prominent among that. Shannon O'Keefe was knocked out fairly early. Kim Terrell-Kearney was beaten. As a matter of fact, the woman you're looking at there, Josie Ernest, was responsible for some of those defeats. Brittany Hamilton had a nice run, the former ITC singles champion from Vanderbilt. She was in the next to last grouping, was knocked out.
We have 2 people already on the show.
Yes, we do. Carolyn Doran Ballard's the #1 seed, and Stephanie Nation #2. It's just so hard to believe that it's been 11 years for Carolyn to be on a Queens TV show. Playing. We had lined her up as our side lane commentator if we needed her. And come to think of it, she could actually work for us for a couple games, frankly, right?
Yeah, sure.
She could have.
That's trouble.
And got away with it. But instead, Kathy Doran-Lizzie will return to the airwaves after she bowled in the Queens last year in Syracuse.
She's done a very good job in the past in that capacity.
This is Josie Ernest's first Queens. I don't know how familiar you are with her game. What do you like about her? Maybe what you don't like about her.
Well, and for many people who've only followed, say, the Queens or the U.S. Open and haven't watched collegiate bowling or some of the junior gold thing, Josie's been around for a while. She's a member of the Columbia 300 staff now for a few years too, but she's been on the junior team, I think 3 times off the top of my head. She is part of the women's team this year, which will be having camp at the ITRC in early or mid-June. She's a very accomplished player, and she doesn't look nervous or out of place in the middle of this group. She's all day long. She's bowled the best of the best, name-wise, and currently who's bowling best, and she stacked up very well and came in on top on nearly every match.
Liz Johnson going for a double and got that instead, a 7-10.
When I was out of college, we used to come down here and bowl tournaments in the center all the time. And this was kind of like the premier center in the Dallas area for scratch tournaments, and this pair was never any fun.
So this is a cursed
pair. I remember it from, well, from longer ago than I care to say, but the two lanes are not the same. And that was on wood, and some of that is probably alleviated a little bit by the fact that that there is HPL over the top of them now, and these are synthetics, but two lanes down lane did not react the same way, and so it was always a tough cross when you hit this pair. And it seems that lane 26 is tighter down lane again, and that's why you're seeing some of these pocket 7-10s and half 7s and half 10s that look a little different than what's going on in the left lane.
So there's some bad juju in this pair, no matter what.
Yeah, it's not just Lucas. We can't blame everything on him.
Yeah, we can.
Well, okay.
Of course. So Missy Parkin off of a 94 through 5 with this spare opportunity, which she'll cover. So,
for those who are still having some issues, we have 94 in the 5th for Missy. Liz is at 84 in the 5th. Deandra, 99 in the 4th on a strike. And Josie Ernest at 77 in the 4th on a strike. So she should be in the 97s.
And she's on a spare.
On a spare, I'm sorry. Deandra doubles. She's really stretching her lead out now. And another 35 pins over Missy from that dreaded 4th position.
And Liz just a hair high, so she's off a little bit. She tossed a 277 at Wendy McPherson to close out a Hall of Fame matchup that was extremely good. Wendy McPherson had averaged 250 in her first 2 games and didn't make it. That's how good Liz Johnson's been today,
Yeah,
but she's struggling a bit in this game.
Through 2 games, it was 537 to 500 after 2. Most of the time when you shoot 500 after 2, you're in pretty good shape. Yeah. Lucas says that's his 3-game set in league last week. So,
well, maybe
Lucas, that's what they make the Desperado for in the EBTs.
Maybe you should walk downstairs to the training center and get some help. There's some good coaches there, I hear. I'm sure Kim could work on your game.
They've told me I'm hopeless.
What about your game?
That not as hopeless.
Oh, okay. All right. Then there's still a chance. And Missy Parkin leaves a bucket on lane 26. The lane that Chris has mentioned has been less than generous.
Yeah, you can see, and Liz is a pretty good example. On the one lane, her ball really didn't go through the pins on the right lane, and the other one, it actually tipped up and went high for a 4-pin. Deandra is in absolute control of this. She's almost locked herself in already. 3-bagger, spare 3-bagger. Missy has left the bucket now on the right lane. She has 110 in the 6th, and as the low seed, she's in the most trouble. Josie Ernest is still clean with no doubles through 6 frames. Josie was only 10 pins ahead of Missy, but now that's stretched out to about 17 with count. Liz had a few more pins to give. She was 38 pins ahead, and now... Whoa!
Oh, come on. There we go.
Missed it by so far, she made it. Not bad at the bucket. Left side of the 3-pin to the wall, back in front of it.
That's how you teach it, right?
It's entertaining.
Beauty.
And Josie with a double, so stretching her lead over that 4th place to 27 pins. Liz, 84 in the 5th on a spare. So she had 38 pins before. She's lost 6 pins of that so far. Ball change here on the right lane, and that's for a strike. Looks like she went to something a little bit stronger, a little rollier, so she can get the ball to roll through the back of the lane.
That's experience. That's just knowing your game and knowing, all right, after a couple shots it's not working, I've got to do something.
Yeah, that's from a blue-silver taboo to a black taboo. So black taboos hook a little bit more down lane. each of these players on a staff. Deandra with Storm, Missy with Global, Josie Ernest with Columbia 300, and Liz with Hammer. So even though there's only really 2 major events for the women, the ball companies have always supported the women very much like they do the men.
That's a good-looking shot for Missy. Maybe the best I've seen her throw in this little stretch since we've sat down. That was the power that she displays. We're rolling the 16-pounder.
Yeah, that was a ball change, but I can't tell which one it is other than it's blue and black. Josie Ernest is throwing an eruption. Very clean ball, but it's got some surface on it, and that's for a 3-bagger, and that helps her considerably, as now she has picked up another 27 pins. She's about 37 pins ahead of Missy right now for that 4th spot. And Liz throws a double and picks up a few pins on Missy, and that stretches her to 40 pins ahead of the number. Deandra, meanwhile, is comfortably out in front. 45 pins before this game, and another 50 more this game. She's already 100 ahead of the number after only 18 frames.
Telecast, by the way, you should mention, will be 7 o'clock Eastern on ESPN Tuesday night. And Missy, the big strike there, a double in 8 and 9. And we will be live from the ITRC, the International Training and Research Center, on the campus of the United States Bowling Congress and the Bowling Hall of Fame. So the conditions will be different than they are here in Euless at the AMF. Yet another strike for Deandra Asbady now. 5 straight. And telecast is live.
Liz up and almost shakes him down, leaves a 7-pin. So Missy did double there, so she's finally dialed into a little something there. Good ball change on her part. A little more surface, a little further left. Not giving the head pin away too much.
Ooh.
Josie Ernest with a really good shot there for a ringing 10. Gives her 156 in the 7th. Spare will give her 176 in the 8th on a spare. Going into the 10th frame, Liz makes her 7-pin.
Bless you, Chris. Yeah, that's a good thing Lucas is wearing a jacket. That's all I've got to say.
Needed a raincoat. Just trying to hold that in between shots. As you said earlier, we're sitting right behind the settee of the players, so with no screen up in front of us,
no filter. So this is a rare moment that both of us are trying to be respectable.
Well, you're trying harder than I am.
That's true. Yet another strike for Deandra with 279 max here.
She's putting on a clinic right now. She did this earlier in the day too. I thought she had the best look in the building there for a while, and she got on a pair on the pair right next to this on 27 and 8 against Stephanie Nation, and really ran into some trouble. Her ball didn't do the right thing, didn't carry, and Stephanie Nation put so much pressure on her early that just never let her up. So. That was the bowl of the U.S. Open here last summer. There are some tricky pairs, even when the pattern for that was considerably softer.
And Missy Parkin leaves 6, 7, 10 in the 10th frame. She was in 4th, and that's the spot you can't be in. That's essentially last place in this 4-woman battle for 3 spots to fill out our USBC Queens show, and then Deandra went high, but that's only going to probably not matter much in the long run. She could shoot 266. Missy going for it. Oh, I thought she had it. So that costs her. She's at 185. So 375 for her through 2. Deandra, 266. And that'll put her at, what, 501 through 2.
That's...
Right?
Yep. That's a pretty good start.
I like it. She likes it more.
Let's see, 185. So it puts her at 375.
And Liz with a strike, so she could shoot 203. And Josie leaves a 10-pin. So her max is now 215.
So Deandra is 126 pins ahead of Missy. Missy will be in 4th place after the 2 games here. Josie goes spare strike. She will be at 415 and will be 40 pins ahead of Missy.
Double for Johnson.
That puts her 2-0. Will put her approximately 430. And that puts her 55 pins in front of the number. Again, 3 of these 4 will make the show.
And Liz Johnson strikes out to shoot that 203, so that does give her 431.
No, it's not possible to move this to Ustream. Mine was down for a minute as well, and I just clicked on it a little bit ago, and it's right back up again. So having no issues here in the center.
So here's what I have, and I'm sure this can be confirmed by people who can actually add, but I have Deandra Asbady at 501. Pretty likely she's going to make it.
Yeah.
Liz Johnson at 431. Josie Ernest at 412. And then Missy Parkin 375. So Missy's got to make up 37.
Yep. Liz is 56 ahead of the number. Josie is closest at 37 ahead of the number, and Deandra a comfortable 126 pins ahead of. Call the number the cut line here with 1 to go. Missy in trouble. It comes down to this. If she wants to defend her Queen's title, I would guess a 230 or better.
I think
just
better.
To have a chance.
Just to have I think better.
Well, ball gives her a little bit better look. She got that one right at the head pin, and it made a move back towards it, but still flat 10'd.
And Deandra just can't be stopped. Now the way this will break down seating-wise, wait till Missy shoots here. It's very simple. If you are the top of this group, you're the number 3 seed. And the other 2 are 4 and 5, and that'll be based on your score. We're not 100% sure what happens in case of a tie because nobody's told us yet.
1 game roll off.
1 game, okay. Nice, Josie Ernest.
Really good shot there. So Deandra again with another strike to start off, picking up right where she left off. Missy with a flat 10 and a spare. Liz to go up here in the first frame.
This is the lane she just struck out on.
Pretty fortunate on that shot.
Yep.
That wasn't her best effort. Looked like she was begging a little bit, but turned out okay.
Yeah. And it just gets tougher for Missy Parkin. She's the only player who didn't strike in that opening frame. And she gets one on the right.
Groundhog Day.
She's going to be so disappointed that we're bowling somewhere else tomorrow. Liz Johnson, all day like this for her. I mean, she had a pretty difficult task. 9 o'clock this morning, she's staring across and seeing Kelly Kulick defeated her. Then went from the left side of the house all the way to the far right side of the house and defeated Clara Guerrero, who had been bowling very well. That was a very good match. And it wasn't as if players were not bowling well against Liz. She was just taking it.
Yeah, she bowled exceptionally well all day today.
I mean, what the Wendy McPherson match is the ultimate example of that. If you take Wendy's set score of over 700, what was her set score again? Wendy's
714, I believe, is what it ended up being, but she's 500 after 2.
Yeah, that beats
still
a
35
lot
down
of people, and it didn't even, and it didn't beat Liz Johnson.
Well, Liz opened in the 10th for 780, 770.
Yeah.
69 now. Deandra with a rare miss. Seen too many of those so far.
Nope.
They're making the spare. She doesn't need too much from here on.
No, I
But they are still bowling for seedings, right?
Right, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, that's at the moment she would be the number 3 seed. Liz would be the number 4, and Josie would be the number 5, and that would be your opening match would be.
She has 70 pins on Liz right now, so.
The top seed is Carolyn Doran Ballard and Stephanie Nation, number 2. And Carolyn got off to especially for her, a poor start on Friday. She was not that high up on the list after the first block, and changed some things in her mental approach after talking with her husband, Del Ballard, a Hall of Famer, and came out ripping on Saturday and hasn't stopped. And Missy's not going to go away that easily.
There's an important shot. There's an early double, helping her send a message. Closing down her deficit to Josie Ernest to 27.
However,
answer right back. Josie Ernest with 40 through 3 frames. Strike up in the third. Deandra with 49. Liz with a double going for a 3-bagger.
Through the face and got a break. She's been a little bit left. I remember the 3 shots she threw for strikes to close out her game and the second game on that frame, and she hasn't put it in exactly that same spot on that left lane the last couple of times out and gotten away with it.
A little trickier for her. Lucky to leave just the 4 pin.
It'll be pretty interesting to see, Chris, if Missy can string 4 or 5 in a row here. And if it has any effect on, not Deandra, who's your clubhouse leader here by a lot, but Josie Ernest or Liz. Missy was 37 down in the last spot when this game began. And Didn't get the messenger.
Missing with a flat 10. This right lane's been tricky for her, so she gets spare double 9.
And Deandra a little bit off there, but again, she just basically has to avoid horrible mistakes, and she's likely going to be the number 3 seed. But $20,000 to the winner tomorrow night, and the tiara. So Missy will be 69 through 3, spare up in the 4th. Deandra 67 through 3, spare up in the 4th.
Really good shot there.
Liz 69 through 3 with a strike up in the 4th.
For those of you that are having a little bit of issue with your streams wherever you are, we'll try and do our best to keep the scores updated as well. But
yep, and Josie Ernest, she was rooting for that one. She winds up with a baby split 2-7.
not her best one there.
Well, the one thing, that's the one player that Missy can target. And Deandra back to what she's been doing seemingly all day. This is a potentially big shot here.
It would tighten things up even more for sure.
Because that's the one player that realistically Missy can catch. I don't think there's no way she can catch Deandra. And Liz is a pipe dream also, I think. Got it. Big shot.
Just enough of that 7-pin to make that spare. Missy has picked up 9 pins on her, which leaves the deficit at 28 pins through 4 frames. Both players on a spare. Liz still at 56 pins ahead. And Liz still 68 pins behind Deandra, trying to get that number 3 seed. 4 and 5 doesn't really matter other than lane choice tomorrow. We'll still bowl the first match. Missy just getting ready to start the 5th frame. We're here in the 3rd game, elimination match. The best 3 out of the 4 will advance to our television show tomorrow night. Live.
Yes. Yay, live.
7 Eastern.
Nice shot by Missy.
Shot.
Kick the 10 aside. Yep, 7 Eastern, 6 here in Texas, and 1 o'clock in the afternoon if you are in Honolulu. They have bowling in Hawaii.
They do. Trip 4 for the 9-pin for Josie.
Now the best is 6 a.m. college football out there.
Let me ask what happened to Linda, that she dropped out. It wasn't her shoulder after 3 months of rehab.
Thank goodness.
Well, yes and no. But, she pulled her groin, actually. She was about 60 pins above the cut to the 48 with 2 games to go and could not bowl anymore. She bowled a game and a half and was basically, she'd moved up on the approach about 2 feet, trying to baby step it up there and just couldn't continue. Those that know her, she's pretty tough. That's
yeah,
not an easy thing for her to do, is to quit.
Now the only thing we can hope is that it's not a tear and she'll be able to resume practice fairly soon and get ready for the U.S. Open in Reno in late June.
So through 5, that leaves 3rd in this group and still 56 behind Liz. She is on a strike and cut it down to 16 here. Deandra again comfortably out in front of everyone. 70 pins ahead of 2nd with Liz Johnson and over 120 ahead of Missy.
Look out.
The lane.
Oh.
Big trip 4. A little bit of life here on this right lane, which has been much tighter down lane for the players. Seeing not nearly as much change of direction in the mid lane as you see Deandra again. Ball is hitting that spot and going high pretty consistently. Liz having the same trouble on that lane.
Yeah, Liz on the right lane has struck both times in this game. Three for 3 on that lane.
Excellent. Yeah, she's married to me. She has to be tough. I know, I get it.
She knows it more than anybody else.
Yeah. Well, I'll it up there. The least you can do is hit it, I guess, huh?
Yeah. Must be your friends from Saginaw.
Yeah. No, I doubt it's them. It's not during class hours.
Speaking of lobbing it up. Now, Josie's got to be careful here. She could use a strike. Missy kind of getting a little closer.
And Josie, as opposed to most, she's moved a lot on this left lane already, and she's been in front of it, but her ball is might actually be a little bit too deep. She 2-7 last frame. This time doesn't get it to the right, leaves a 5-9. We have a developing situation.
Yeah, we do. For that 5th spot. Because 6th place here, they don't show you on TV anymore. In the old days of the PBA, they'd always show Chris Schenkel say something nice about there's
today's alternate.
Today's alternate. Not anymore.
No.
Covered it nicely.
Great strategy using the spare ball there. Trying to take as much of the opportunity for a chop out of play as possible. Deandra with that flat 10. She has 126 in the 6th frame with the spare. Comfortably out in front. 259 is Liz's max, which even at that point, Deandra needs about one more mark to shut her out for the 3rd seed on tomorrow's television show.
Now we're getting near the end. Here comes the shark, Matt Lawson. Can she get that 10? Yes.
Oh! Wow, what a double that was.
That's 3 in a row.
3-bagger for Missy. After 89 in the 4th, and that cuts it down to, she was 37 to begin with.
And it's not as if Josie's done anything wrong. She's clean through 6, but just not enough strikes. And a flat 10 there.
So, Missy now only down by 4 pins, I believe. With a strike up, we'll have an opportunity to move up into that 3rd position, giving her the 5th slot.
Liz a solid 4-pin on the left-hand lane.
She just can't seem to get away from that one spot there at about 25 feet down the lane. Her ball consistently keeps checking off of it and going high.
Can you change the ball, or would that help?
At this point, not really. There's no reason to lose control of it. Neither Josie nor Missy are really in danger of catching her.
All right, are you ready for the announcer jinx there? We haven't had an open frame in this game yet. Let me double check that. Yep, everybody clean.
Hey, Jason, can we get a scoreboard view for just a minute? Thank you.
Breaking news, Deandra has struck yet again.
And that puts her in the 3 spot for tomorrow's television show.
You're calling it?
It's called.
Missy trying to go for a 4-bagger here.
This to move ahead of Josie.
Nope.
This time she leaves the 4-pin. Wow. There's something working up there trying to knock it over too. The 2-pin was trying to get back around to knock that 4 out. Now Josie will have an opportunity to make an adjustment here and put some pressure back.
Well, you compare that shot to the one she had in the 6th frame when she actually crossed over. That was a beautiful shot.
Night and day. That was a great recovery. She keeps a 5-pin lead, and more importantly now she's the one with the strike up and a chance to extend to 15 when she gets up in the 9th frame.
Yeah,
we're here in the 8th frame of Game 3, couple to go.
This unique format where we already have our top 2 seeds, Carolyn Doran Ballard and Stephanie Nation, for the show tomorrow night, and then 4 players, a combination of players who came from the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket. Actually, they all came from the loser's bracket. Top 3 scores in a 3-game cumulative move on. Make the show with the number 1 score. That would be Deandra Asbeatty will be the 3rd seed. Liz Johnson and Josie Ernest and Missy Parkin fighting for the last 3 spots. Looks pretty good for Liz to be on the show, I think, right?
Liz is at this point 20 pins. She's not completely free yet. She has 37 pins with a couple frames to go. Provided she stays clean, she will be one of the seeds. We said 4th and 5th makes no real difference other than you get to pick the lane on the TV show. That was not good.
And she may not stay clean.
That gives Liz 147 in the 7th. If she were to get 1 here, 156. Missy can strike out for 248. Meaning Liz would have to stay clean.
And that's going to be a long shot here.
The last 2 frames in the 9th and 10th.
Came in high.
She missed in. Well, now Liz is on the show. That will.
Went for it and missed. So she's 155 through 8. So
7 split by Missy. She gets 2 on the count at 194. She can strike out for 224. Josie would have to shoot 188 or better. She is on a 196 pace right now. Liz at 19 more than that. She only needs 169 with 155 in the 8th. A mark here. Really.
This is a lane that's giving her some trouble.
Yeah, she finally made the adjustment there.
So much for that.
Deandra leaving the 6-9-10 and making that, so she's on a 216 pace. No one's going to catch her. We know now for sure Carolyn Doran Ballard, number 1, Stephanie Nation, number 2, Deandra Asbeatty, number 3.
Big shot here for Josie.
That's a much better pitch.
Got it.
And she tickles him down.
Shows you how tight that right lane is. I thought that was going to make it back to flush with no problem. That about ends Missy's hopes here. She can strike out for 224.
Josie can shoot 226 potentially.
She would get 224, forces her to shoot 188. On a 2-0 pace, it's really any kind of decent count on the first ball will lock it up. High flush, the first one of the 10th. Lanes look crappy. No, pretty, about 6-year-old HPL Anvilane here. I think that's
no, Missy's going to make her earn it.
Yeah. Her best. It's going to be one shot away, I'm afraid, here.
Boy, that mistake in the 9th.
Even if she had broken it down, it changes things pretty significantly. Deandra with a dominating performance here in the final with 205 and a 706 series. She's the 3rd seed. Missy, another pure shot there.
Boy,
what
beautiful.
We saw lots and lots of last year. 224, 599.
Well,
there you go. And there's your last seed.
Yep. Well, I'll just say that I fully expect to see Missy Parkin deep into the U.S. Open. No reason to think otherwise, as well as she's bowled all year. Just didn't quite have it today at the end, but...
Yeah, catching a tough pair, you catch the wrong pair. You know, she hooks a little bit more, Carolyn plays a little straighter. Those are the dangerous players when you get into this seeding bracket. Players that play the lane significantly different than you can make a big difference when you catch a difficult pair.
And Josie Ernest's first queen will be one she'll never forget. She makes the TV show.
She's 19 pins behind here. That forces Liz to throw at least the first one, depending on count, for the 4th seed and lane choice tomorrow on the show. I don't anticipate the 2 lanes to be drastically different at the ITRC, but you never know.
Oof. What a pro.
She's okay.
What a pro.
Eight there. How about it for Josie Ernest, Kim Terrell, Kelly Kulik, Leanne Holzenberg,
Olivia
Sandom, and now Missy Parkin.
Outscores the defending champ, Missy Parkin, yep.
And for the seed, Liz will be your number 4 seed.
But Josie shoots 200, 212, 224. At that pace, her next game would have been 236.
She was going to keep getting tougher to beat. 636. A nice score.
Yeah.
Equals Missy's 224 in that game. So, again, Missy with 599. She will be 6th place in this tournament, taking the what used to be Carolyn Doran's favorite spot here.
I don't know if it was her favorite.
Yeah, definitely not. But I think 4 times in the last 10 years she's been the last person out. And Liz finishing up with 645.
Yep.
Josie 636 will take the 5 seed. Liz 645 taking the 4th seed. And Deandra with 706 and taking that 3rd seed.
Well, that last game was well bowled. I mean, Deandra had the lowest score at 205. You had two 224s and a 214. So very cleanly bowled under pressure on a stubborn pair by these 4.
And again, tomorrow you're going to head over to the ITRC in a brand new Brunswick Pro Anvilane. So you got a new challenge once, in addition to the lights, crowd, camera, and a title.
$20,000 check. You commenting about them, that alone makes them nervous, as you know.
Well, the chances are when I'm bowling, at least I don't jinx them like Lucas does, so.
That's true. I can't recall you ever jinxing anybody.
No.
And just a quick reminder, I know Lucas always cautions everybody, because of the telecast, there won't be any live streaming, any of that available, but you can keep up with the reactions, the stories before and after the tournament ends tomorrow.
And what channel are we on tomorrow?
ESPN2, 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock in Dallas, Texas, 5 o'clock in the mountains, 4 o'clock on the left coast, and 1 p.m. in Honolulu. Molokai. Hilo.
You already got past anything I know there. Hang loose. There you go.
There you go. That's good. That's good. And, well, let's see. It'll be midnight in London. So. And you're big in Paris now, right?
Yeah.
So it's noon or 1 a.m. I mean, midnight or 1 a.m. over there. 5 or 6
Qatar.
hours.
It's about the same as Paris almost. I think it's maybe 2 hours behind there.
Okay.
So.
For our international viewers who are Chris Barnes fans, that's the way you do it. And now, of course, this comes, welcome to bowling in the modern era, as some of the players are either putting on Facebook pages or texting their friends or tweeting their status as making the big TV show tomorrow night.
It's 11 o'clock here, and I'm in England. There you go. So.
Oh, okay. Well, cheers.
So Pro Lanes versus SPL is the verdict. Pro Lanes are much harder surface, much slicker surface, and that is what it's going to be at the ITRC. So I anticipate more skid tomorrow. Players will probably need more friction and or stronger drillings.
Would you consider, if you're one of the players, a completely different ball that maybe never came out?
I don't know it would be a different ball. I think it'll be a different version of very similar balls tomorrow with more surface and maybe a little bit stronger drillings. What will be interesting to see is we have 3 relatively more direct players that like to play up the lane, in Liz, Carolyn, and Stephanie. And you have Josie, who's kind of a little bit in between. She's got more axis tilt, gets around it more. And then you have Deandra, who can get left of everyone. And that will be the thing to watch, is those other 4 players may make them easier for Deandra to play her skill set and be able to open up the lane. If that happens, it won't be a surprise to watch Deandra march up the ladder and make it awfully tough.
Well,
a little vindication from her previous Queen's appearance as the top seed, where she really struggled on TV.
That's right. It was a few years ago. I'm sure we'll be asking her about that shortly when we sit down with her off the air, and we'll talk about it. She bowled a 128 or something, I think it was, and I'm sure we all expect better, and most importantly, she expects better, and I'm sure she'll deliver better than that when it comes down to being under the lights. You want to go ahead and make a prediction as who will win? You're welcome, and you're welcome to decline if you'd like.
You know, I'm gonna go out and say Stephanie Nation.
Okay, number 2 seed.
Yeah, and as much as I hate to pick against Carolyn, I think the ITRC can be a tough place to hook the ball a lot. Which, while it's Deandra's strength and her main advantage over the other 4 players, I think it's a tough place. They are really tight down lane. It's hard to carry when you go around them down there. And I think Stephanie going into that last match with a little momentum will have about a 2 to 3 frame advantage over Carolyn.
Okay.
And that may be just enough to make the difference. It'll be close, but Carolyn never gives anything away.
No,
so,
that's the one thing about her that I really like, is she's extremely tenacious.
Yeah.
She's not going to collapse under the lights. I mean, she's had such incredible experiences on television for years and years and years and years and years.
What you know about Carolyn, her low possible game is somewhere around 2-0 probably.
Yeah.
Where she hits the bucket a lot and doesn't carry, has 1 split, maybe a 3-bagger to make up for it. And she could shoot 250 if they break them down enough. She does have people playing the same part of the lane, which plays to her advantage, where normally she has a lot of people playing the left of her, make the lanes tougher for her. Like, the last time she bowled there, She had Kelly Kulik on the show. She had Wendy on the show, I believe. She had a bunch of players. Linda, I think, was on the show with her a couple of years ago.
At the Open, they bowled that first match, remember, where Linda got that tap on the 10 and forced the one-ball roll-off.
Yes.
Against,
And then Carolyn survived that. Though,
Yeah, she
right?
did, yeah.
And then, but as she went, more and more players hooked it more and more. And
Kelly ended up winning.
Yeah, and ended up making it tougher and tougher for Carolyn. I don't think you're going to see as much of that because Deandra won't be just inside them. She'll be way inside of them. So Deandra's the ultimate wild card. She has the best reaction. I don't see it'll be really hard for her to get beat.
If she can manage her television nerves.
Yeah.
I think
that's well behind her, and there's a lot of things that go on, and since then she's had a baby, she's got family. There's broader perspectives that make this less important, even though it is important. It balances things out and doesn't over important at a particular moment. I think it'll help her stay in the moment and help her pull better in that situation.
Well, so one last time, a reminder: our opening match will be Liz Johnson and Josie Ernest. Then Deandra Asbady will play the winner. The winner of that match, Deandra versus whomever comes out, will take on Stephanie Nation. And then awaiting them all, the veteran, the 2001 Queen's champion, Carolyn Doran Ballard. Spectacular bowling. Great. We got a nice combination of experience, past champions, and people hungry for that first major win. So it ought to be fun. 7 o'clock on ESPN2 Eastern Time, live tomorrow night from the International Training and Research Center on the USBC campus. I think I'll go ahead and sign off on behalf of Jason and Lucas with Chris Barnes. I'm Dave Lamont. We are very much excited about this show. Looking forward to it. Hope you're able to join us. No coverage online tomorrow night. But again, bowl.com, you can read all about the players, get your latest information, reaction before the show and after the show. Certainly will be on bowl.com. So that's it from the AMF and Euless. Thanks to everybody here for allowing the setup. Thanks to the players for, as always, great performances and great entertainment. And we'll see you on the air tomorrow night on ESPN2 at 7 Eastern.